seats. Thank you.
I still remember it all too well. You held me when waves were rushing and found me when I was out searching. You restored while I dreamed of your beauty, recovered as I buckled up for the upcoming journey. And now it's time to find each other again.
It's been fun with you.
Come and see treasures yet unseen. Listen to tales untold. Fall in love with flavors from the past. Share memories you'll never forget. And feel a welcome you've never felt. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia, Saudi.
Begin connecting again. Rediscover simple pleasures and get back to doing what you love. From reuniting to exploring and savoring every single moment. With fine hotels and resorts, travel is personal. Enjoy guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout and an exclusive suite of benefits. American Express Travel is here to help you 24/7. So make the most of your time with loved ones this season. Stay longer and experience more. Travel is better with Amex.
There was no choice. There had to be immediate medical intervention.
And it went back and forth into where he felt fear for his family.
When I knew I was in trouble was when I started coughing up blood.
I don't think we could do what we do without Global Rescue.
Well, what I would tell a company that does not have a service provider such as Global Rescue.
The summit is about to begin. The summit is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Moving forward becomes reassuring with a partner by your side. One that teaches you to trust. One that has been with you from the start. Through it all, whether you're thriving or still striving. A partner that pushes you to carry on and go the distance despite it all. Together, There are no boundaries, only possibilities. Together, we can go further.
The summit is about to begin. The summit is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
And give them a safer and better cabin experience.
The design aesthetics were very meaningful because Cebu Pacific thought long and hard on how the design would come out, representative of who we are as Cebu Pacific.
Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start. Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start.
Fly with me, let's fly away to the sand and sea, just you and me, that's where I want to be. Come fly with me, let's take off in
Mabuhay. Welcome on board Philippine Airlines. The Philippines is now open for you.
Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start. Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, Damodar, come take another bow. Come take another bow. Isn't he fantastic? Amazing, amazing. And can you believe it, Damodar is 14 years old. Amazing talent here in the country of the Philippines. Thank you. Bravo, bravo. So mabuhay, welcome back on day 2 and our final day together here in Manila in the Philippines. And welcome again to our virtual audience joining us from all over the world. What an amazing evening those of us who were able to travel to the Philippines had last night. Just magical entertainment, such talent. Can we give a round of applause to all the young people, the young person's choir, the amazing pop talent that we have in this country, and the recreations as we arrived last night for the gala dinner. It was really something else. Such a tribute to the people of the Philippines, their talent, and the incredible welcome from the Ministry of Tourism here. So I hope you're ready to go for a day ahead, because we've got some wonderful things on tap. First of all, we're going to get right into some good, deep content around sustainability and sort of the path forward as we become an even more inclusive and welcoming industry. To set the stage and the scene for Session 4, which is about regenerative travel, we have a message from the President of the Philippines, and so I will let him take the stage.
Tourism Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat. Mr. Arnold Donald, Chairman of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Ms. Julia Simpson, President and CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Philippines. On behalf of the Filipino people, I thank you for being here with us on the occasion of the 21st edition of the World Travel and Tourism Council Global Summit. It is our pleasure to host this gathering of thought leaders, decision makers, and top-level officials from the world's travel and tourism sector. I trust that with your expertise in this field, this event will help us spur meaningful discussion about the concerns of tourism and the travelers in the post-pandemic era. Let us all continue working together to make the tourism sector boost its performance for social growth and economic development. I wish you a productive and meaningful event. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Your Excellency, Bernadette Romulo Puyat, Secretary of the Philippine Department of Tourism, Ms. Julia Simpson, President and CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council, WTTC, distinguished delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and good morning. Mabuhay. Magandang umaga. Thank you for the kind invitation to join you for this important event, the 21st Global Summit of the WTTC. Although I'm unable to join you in person, it is my great pleasure to address you today through this video. Allow me to first express my warm congratulations to the government of the Philippines and the WTTC for organizing this important meeting at this important time, a time when we need to try to rediscover travel. We have now passed the 2-year mark since the start of the COVID pandemic. The world's travel and tourism industry became one of the areas that was impacted most immediately and accurately as we tried to halt the spread of the COVID virus across the world. The result, for those whose livelihoods depended on travelers and visitors, was instant loss of income and stability virtually overnight. But challenges always come with opportunities, and humankind has proved to be able to overcome due difficulties with due solutions. Shortly after the advent of the pandemic, the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, seized the opportunity to help countries which were scrambling to develop economic recovery plans to green their recovery efforts. Given the immense role that travel and tourism plays in employment and economic development across the globe, pursuing recovery under the principles of sustainability and inclusiveness is an urgent imperative, especially for developing nations that are highly dependent on tourism and have been severely affected by the pandemic. Travel and tourism is not only as an economic driver for destinations, it is also a means for creating bonds and connections and exchanging culture and knowledge. In other words, it helps the global community to share with and learn from those of other places, races, and cultures, and it serves as a channel to promote peace and understanding. In fact, I'm the man that I'm now, thanks in large part to my trip to the United States during the summer of 1962. Those of you who have read my memoir released last year will know already that it was my first trip outside of Korea at the young age of 18 years, during which I met President John F. Kennedy, and I discovered my destiny as a public servant. Traveling to see new sights, to meet new peoples, and to give and receive new ideas and inspiration, or little acts of kindness, it has become an essential part of what it means to be modern human. It can broaden our horizons, and it can foster dreams. I hope that through this platform, you'll be able to share valuable insights and ideas for the future of the travel and tourism industry. I would like to thank again the government of the Philippines for hosting this summit. The Philippines is a member country of GGGI and a champion for green growth and sustainable tourism, and I believe this year's summit will be a great contribution for sustainable tourism recovery. I wish you all safe and meaningful sessions. Thank you. Salamat po.
Good morning from Brussels, and thank you very much to the World Travel and Tourism Council for organizing this important summit. I don't need to remind you of the global context in which the summit takes place. 2 years into the pandemic, when we were finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, we have been struck by a new tragedy. Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. Considering the serious humanitarian crisis, tourism may seem far from our minds. Nevertheless, I am well aware that the tourist community, including many of you, are doing their utmost to help Ukrainian refugees, offering accommodation, travel and job opportunities when possible. And I applaud these initiatives. Having been hit hard by the pandemic, the tourism sector has shown incredible resilience. Today, in my capacity as the European Commissioner in charge of tourism, I call upon you to keep the momentum towards a full recovery of the tourism sector. You know that the European Commission is on your side. Last year, we facilitated the swift ramp-up of the production and rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, making Europe the world's biggest producer and exporter of mRNA vaccines. We launched the EU Digital COVID Certificate as an effective tool for international travel, with more than 60 countries already connected to the system. And we worked with many of you to re-establish safe and seamless international travel. But now we must look forward. This conference is about rediscovering travel. And I strongly believe that we have an opportunity and a duty not only to rediscover, but also to reshape tourism and travel. Last year, over 80% of EU citizens said they are prepared to change their habits to make travel and tourism more sustainable. I know many of you think the same. And rest assured that Europe's smart, sustainable, innovative, and cultural destinations are ready to welcome you. For now, I would like to wish you all fruitful discussions at day 2 of the summit. Thank you very much.
I want to greet Julia Simpson, President and CEO of the World Travel Tourism Council, and all the leaders of the companies and organizations gathered at this summit. Colombia has a great natural wealth with unique destinations that must be used sustainably. For this reason, sustainability is at the center of our agenda. In this regard, we have made great commitments to the fight against climate change. Thus, we move forward in our Way to Zero strategy. With it, we have the goal of reducing our CO2 emissions by 51% in the year 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by the middle of the century. In this framework, and under the premise of producing, conserving, and conserving producing, we launched our sustainable tourism policy, United by Nature. In this way, we adopt a long-term vision of the sector to harmonize its development with the protection of the environment. In addition, we reform the tourism law, which has been a key to reactivate tourism and to foster mechanisms to protect tourist attractions. Thanks to these measures, reactivation is making steady progress. In 2021, more than 2 million non-resident visitors arrived to our country. That is 52% more than in 2020. Also, the cruise season was reactivated, and we are consolidating again as a meeting destination. Additionally, we are the first country in Latin America to have a tourist biosecurity certification. Alongside with other actions, this is what we are doing for the sustainable reactivation after the pandemic. Our goal is to continue consolidating the country as a sustainable first-rate destination, because Colombia is definitely a country of charm. Thank you very much, and thank you for supporting the Colombian Way to Zero strategy.
So on day 1 of our global summit, we focused on the disruption of COVID, but also the learnings that are going to make this an even stronger, more inclusive industry going forward. Today, we're talking about the future of the planet, but also how we empower people. For some people, the word regeneration means going back to nature, just going backwards. But for others, it's actually more about the next step in sustainability that is actually going to make travel and tourism even better. We're making steady strides towards regeneration with pledges, like you've just heard in Colombia and elsewhere, for climate neutrality. We've seen major efforts on plastic reduction, stimulating the growth of rehabilitation of wildlife. However, with CO2 emissions expected to climb to record levels by 2023, much more needs to be done immediately, including further involving travelers and also further involving communities in this whole process. So how can we actually be even more proactive, even more intentional to actually leave a lighter footprint and make a lasting difference that is going to guarantee sustainability for travel and tourism? For those of you who are joining us here in the room, if you'd like to contribute to this conversation coming up, we can bring you in with questions on the app or the virtual platform. Also, those of you joining in virtually, please submit your questions. And to explore this idea of regeneration further, please welcome international news journalist Sharanjit Lail and her wonderful panel. Welcome back to the stage.
Thank you so much, Kathleen, and a very good morning to everyone. Mabuhay. It is our final day, but you know what? I'm going to start by asking you all in the audience, in the travel and tourism industry, a very important question. And yeah, I know we all had fun last night, but I'm just testing you. I'm just checking to see if you're going to be paying attention, because this is so crucial. These are targets we have to achieve. So my question to you is, do you think we will realistically hit the target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030? Go on, a show of hands. Who thinks we'll hit the target? One person in the front? So the rest of you do not think we will hit the target? You don't think it's a realistic goal? I mean, this was one of the core goals of COP26 last year. Okay, I'm just seeing a few hands. So yes, it is tough. Yes, it is going to be hard to get there, but you know, a good sense of what you all think that indeed this is a big challenge. So climate neutrality, plastic reduction, the rehabilitation of wildlife. We know the travel and tourism sector is taking great strides towards regeneration. But as Kathleen mentioned there, you know, CO2 levels is going to rise to record levels next year. That's 2023 we're talking about. So we know a lot more needs to be done. And in this session, I'm really going to ask how the industry, all of you here, can leave a lighter footprint, but a deeper impression. So, joining me here on stage to answer those questions are Flavia Santoro, the Chief Executive Officer of ProColombia. Thank you. Please come and join us on stage as I call out. Good. And we have Anne Dumaliang, the Managing Trustee of Masungi Geo Reserve. Just go ahead. Her sister, Billy Dumaliang, the trustee of Masungi Reserve. And finally, we have Randy Durbin, the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Welcome to all of you. Please take your seats. Good to see you. Looking forward to this discussion. It's going to go by quickly, but as Kathleen said, please do ask questions, because I do hope to be able to pose those questions to all of you. Now, we've all heard about sustainable tourism. We've talked about it, we've read about it, but what is regenerative tourism, and how is it different? Flavia, let's start with you.
Thank you so much for having me here, Sharanjit, and thank you so much for my distinguished colleagues that are here in this panel. Thank you, Arnold, Julia, and everyone that is attending the meeting. And I would like to start saying that I'm very honored that our president has this opportunity to tell the world what we are doing regarding sustainability, because I think that we will achieve the goal. Yeah. Colombia is committed with that goal. Actually, in COP26, President Duque showed all his international leadership regarding this matter, and we have several things that we are compromised, that we have the objective to have that regenerative, like he was mentioning in his video. We have all the goals regarding having a sustainable tourism that is compromised with the three parts: the local part, the government part, of course, the private sector, the agencies, but also the communities. And I think that that will help us doing that regeneration, that will help us showing in a better way, in a richer way, our cultural and our natural heritage. So we have a new law, as President Duque was mentioning, but we have a sustainable new law, and I think that we will achieve all these regenerative goals that we are compromised with.
Yeah. Thank you, Flavia. And I should add, you were one of the few people who actually had her hands up just now. So thank you for your optimism there. So now let's go to our wonderful sisters, the Dumaliangs. You've got this incredible geo-reserve, the Masungi geo-reserve. And it is extraordinary. I've read about it. I've not been there. I hope some of you have. But and tell us about the regenerative tourism that's going on there.
Right, so Masungi Geo-Reserve, for those who do not know, is basically a conservation project that we are running just an hour and a half away from the capital of Metro Manila. We managed to restore 400 hectares of land in 1996, beginning with our dad and his team. And in 2016, we launched Masungi, basically to pursue the education and tourism and conservation side of it a little bit more fully. And since 2017, we entered into an agreement basically with government to scale the work that we've done there and restore 2,700 hectares of land around the area that we were initially conserving, effectively quadrupling the area that we need to restore and protect. So all of that now is sustained and protected using the funds that we raised through tourism, really going to show how tourism can be a force for good, for nature-based solutions, for our move towards protecting 30% of our seas and land by 2030. So when we talk about regenerative tourism, I know Billy wants to elaborate on this too. What I love about it is that it focuses on an ecosystem-wide approach, which we tend to forget when we talk about sustainability. A lot of us have limited the concept of sustainability to simply reducing plastic waste, offsetting our carbon and all of this. We tend to forget that we need to localize our approach, and that means getting to know the places that we move in, understanding the geographical nature of the destinations that we belong to. And through that, really creating the science, development, ways of interacting with it that would sustain and protect and strengthen this interdependence that we see in the ecosystems we exist in. Billy?
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to add that for me, regenerative tourism is really a change in mindset. It's a paradigm shift from a tourism that leaves no trace to a kind of tourism that leaves things better than they were before, both for businesses and for travelers. So I think the pandemic has reminded us that we are all organisms. A microscopic organism can actually have more power over us and can break down our systems, right, in a blink of an eye. And that brings us back to the importance of climate, of biodiversity, and how we as a sector that has impacted it has to take a leadership role, a very clear leadership role in achieving those targets.
It is incredible to hear from both of you sisters. Incredibly courageous what you're doing there as well. And Randy, what's your sense of regenerative tourism versus sustainable tourism?
Well, you asked the initial question of how to define them. We define, and we at GSTC are the keepers of global standards. The GSTC criteria were created by the UN system to do that. So we're very much at the heart of the discussion. And our community defines sustainability as your net zero on the balancing of positive impacts and negative impacts of tourism. So that's sustainability. Regenerative would be net positive. And our standards include not just environmental issues, but social issues. And so many of the social issues are overlooked. So we have to balance the aspects of the social benefits. So if you look at aviation, for example, which is in a sense the Achilles heel of tourism because of the visibility of carbon from aviation. It's a little bit of an unfair thing. We have to do better as an industry to get the word out that it's small in the whole, but that visibility makes it a problem. But anyway, the social issues, you know, you look at the 10.4% of global GDP is from travel and tourism. Many island nations are 20%, 30%, 40%. If we let the flight shame movement come back, then you know, communities are going to really suffer. So regenerative has to look at the full balance, and we have to include social in the equation. So regenerative is net positive, and we're far from it because we're far from sustainability.
Gosh, okay, that's a rather pessimistic note after Flavia's positive and the lovely Dumaliang sisters talking about regeneration. But, you know, it sounds like a really tough target to hit, or almost equally as hard as hitting that target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. So, you know, how do we go about doing it? And in terms of medium to long-term goals, is it achievable? Let's start with either Billy or Anne. What do you think? Because you've done a lot of work and you've made great strides in the Masungi Georeserve. So that is an example that it can be achieved, can't it?
Right. Oh, well, I think we need to have the enabling environment in order to replicate what we have done in Masungi. Masungi started as a conservation development project that has evolved into a leading voice for conservation in the Philippines. And so to be able to replicate Masungi, we need to be open to innovation, to new policies that actually incentivize that. Masungi started serendipitously. It wasn't the original plan, but it developed as such because we inherently knew how important this was to development. If we don't restore the watersheds around us, we will lose water. If we don't protect the area from extractive industries, the entire landscape and all the communities will suffer. So it becomes a very inherent and logical thing for us to promote regenerative tourism and use tourism to solve the issues and pressing problems of our community.
Excellent. And give us a sense of the, you know, we heard from your president from Colombia, he had some really ambitious targets. It was a reduction of 51% in carbon emissions by 2030,
yes,
which is extraordinary. And you're optimistic that this can be achieved. So give us examples of how Colombia is doing it.
Yes, I will tell you when I was listening now, it's what happened with the pandemic situation in Colombia. We said into ourselves, we cannot stop. So we said we are not in isolation, in aislamiento in Spanish. We are in alistamiento, that is getting ready in English. So we continue our strategy of promoting Colombia as a high sustainable, high quality destination for our international visitors. And we have a state policy for that. And we have the commitment of the, as I was mentioning before, of the national government, the local governments, the private sector, and of course the communities. And we are involving through our promotion that the international visitors, when they come, they know about that. So Colombia, for example, as President Duque, he wrote a book that he just launched 2 weeks ago that is called The Road to Zero, El Camino a Cero, that is how we were going to achieve zero neutrality, carbon neutrality by 2050, as he mentioned. But also, for example, last week he was in New York in the general stock, in the stock exchange, and he launched also a taxonomy, green taxonomy, that it's like a DNA where we will show how the valuables that you can transition for that, also for that green valuables that we will need to continue not only as the tourism sector, but all the sectors of the economy. So I think Colombia has the goals very clear. I think that the most important thing is that we are aligned as a country with the community, but also with the international visitors in the way we promote Colombia to achieve that goal.
Yeah. And I guess, Randy, I'll come to you now, because here you go, you've got examples of this sort of thing happening, but you just don't think it's happening enough, and it needs to be replicated and scaled up. I mean, what are the achievable goals, do you think, in the medium to long term?
Well, quite often when we talk about sustainability, just like the regenerative discussion, we're looking at fabulous examples, and it's wonderful. We have these wonderful models to follow, but I'm just thinking the massive travel and tourism has a long ways to go. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing and get inspired, but we typically find the great examples out in nature. We need to get much more aggressive at urban destinations on a variety of fronts. Many rental car companies are moving to EVs, but the client doesn't know where the charging stations are. There's apps for it, but we should do a better campaign of destinations should get plenty of charging stations everywhere the visitors might go. right? That's one example. Hotels can do a lot more in sustainability a lot faster. We could do a lot more on land yesterday than we're doing. So I think, you know, the target is achievable, but I didn't raise my hand. So I think we just need to kick it in gear a little bit, be a little bit more honest with ourselves, that we need to push harder, and we can't look at sustainability as something little on the side. It's got to be core of all of our businesses, large, small, urban, rural, everything.
Yeah. Yeah. So what needs to be done then in terms of the travel and tourism sector? What kind of steps, you know, easy steps perhaps that we could make to start getting there? And, you know, let's have a sense of what's going on in Colombia, because obviously there's great commitment there. The government has put in place policies to try to achieve it. But what kind of steps are being taken realistically that on the ground that you've seen?
Yes, President Duque always says this is not sustainability, it's sustainability. And I think that we have to introduce innovation, technology into it, but the first thing is like to have the state policies that we have, the sustainable law as we have, the benefits that we have for the investors and for the visitors when they come in and they benefit the communities with their visit. But also, of course, the promotion that we do. We have 22 offices around the world where we promote Colombia as a very natural and very cultural heritage that it's very compromised with this sustainability, of course, issues and goals that we are wanting to achieve. So I will tell you that it's a matter of believing in what we are seeing, because we are the most biodiverse country per square meter in the world. We have we are the most biodiverse also in bird species and in orchids and in butterflies. So we have that richness, and we want to promote that richness through very clear goals, but also through a promotion outside the country. So I think we are doing really well in it, and we are seeing the numbers. We are seeing the numbers for the visitors. Yesterday we had the opportunity to be with Forward Keys, and they mentioned that through the whole world, Colombia was ranking number 8 in reactivation in those numbers before pandemic. So we are very pleased to see that all these policies, all these state compromise, and all this international promotion that we're doing is having results. But we really believe that it's through showing all this richness, natural and cultural, but also showing that we are with those goals that we will be achieving.
So obviously policies from the top, but then travel and tourism practitioners, a lot of the people sitting here in the audience, they can make steps as well. And again, I turn to you, Anne and Billy, because you are an example of not so much a travel operator, but you are an example that it can be done, that travel can be made to be inspiring, that people can go to amazing natural reserves like yours. So give us a sense of examples of how perhaps everyone here in the audience can also try to replicate what you're doing. It's a tough one.
There are lots of aspects that can be easily replicated, to be honest. When we entertain guests inside Misuni, the intention, to be honest, is how do we make them fall in love with the place? How do we turn them into advocates by the time that they exit after hiking within our area for 3 to 4 hours? And the entire visitor and guest experience is designed after that. From the moment they make a request to visit, they don't book, they make a request to visit, to the conservation agreements that are passed to them and they need to abide by before we allow them entry, to the interpretation that is shared while they are moving inside. And interpretation for us done well is something that at the end of the visit would allow for a change in mindset, a change in insight, and a change in behavior, something that things that your visitor can take home. And if you think about it, a 4-hour hike, a 12-hour stay, a 22-hour stay in the hotel, if you can include an educational elements into that experience, how many weeks of school is that equivalent to? And the tourism industry is in such a good position when it comes to experiential learning. Retention learning is not done best when it comes to reading or speaking. It's through multisensory experiences. And that is something that comes in very naturally for tourism. So a lot of mindset change, a lot of learnings can be shared to visitors if only we get to integrate sustainability and destination stewardship in the experiences that we offer. And it's simple enough, really, isn't it? It's just learning about the destination that you belong to, sharing it to the people who come by, showing them that it is possible to learn more about these places, understand your position in it, and behave in a way that is locally relevant to that destination. So for instance, in Masungi, we're working on a pinnacle karst ecosystem. And our rules and regulation honestly revolve around caring for the snails that we have inside our sanctuary and reserve, caring for the rocks and the aquifers underneath the rocks. And just by doing that, it's not, it's not just sustainable, but it's also changed a lot of our approaches when it comes to design and development. And this is precisely how we ended up with a 130-meter-long hammock atop the canopy, because we were avoiding the sinkholes underneath, and we wanted to make sure our design fits. And by doing that, it becomes more unique, it becomes more meaningful for guests, it adds more value in the experience that we have to offer. There are a lot more other things.
So one thing I'd like to share is the lack or the absence of trash bins at Masungi Reserve. We do not have trash bins throughout the area. We only have trash bins inside the toilets, where you can only put sanitary napkins and toilet paper.
Where does the trash go?
Well, the trash
they take
goes
it with them.
We do not have a regular waste disposal service from government, so we do have to be very meticulous on where this goes. So that is the minimum waste that we have. And I think that's a very simple step, right? When you go to a destination, do not bring more things, do not burden the destination with more waste, and help them be able to sustain themselves.
That's fantastic. So what I'm hearing is the sense of, educating the people who come and visit, and that's something you could easily do with a lot of different destinations as well. So now, Randy, I turn to you, because we were talking earlier, and you said that actually it's really the large hotel chains that need to start educating, that need to start making these steps to change. So give us a sense of what's needed.
Well, I very much applaud what we did yesterday with the WTTC basics that were presented as for SMEs as a starting point. The 12 things are excellent. We were part of that discussion of identifying those, and those are excellent starting points. I was making the comment that one of the barriers I see in the hospitality industry that I don't really hear people talk about, and I urge leadership and any CEOs of hotel chains, is let's get real here. The franchise model, I would argue, is a barrier to sustainability. The big brands have wonderful internal programs, but I don't see evidence that there's massive pickup. I think we need to have a call to CEOs to let's go to an annual owners meeting and really get real with the owners, because the sustainability is largely not in the brand dimensions of the hotel chains, and it's left to the individual owners. And I just don't hear people talk about it, but in our work, we've found that because we have extensive connection with the big brands and the sustainability teams of excellent people working very hard, putting very smart systems together, but not everybody's applying it on all the properties.
Yeah, okay, so a really crucial point there, the hotel chains having to reach out to those franchisee owners to kind of get that sense of education again, telling them that this needs to be done. Now, really interesting, last night, of course, we all had a great time, and I met Melati Witson, who is that amazing Balinese activist. She'll be speaking to you all later, and, I've had a great privilege to interview her in the past, but I just asked her, what do you think is the one thing that you want to relate to you as the audience? And she says, this need for circularity, and it's interesting because you've mentioned the trash at Masungi Reserve, and it needs to, there's a circular system that needs to work, and it needs to make sense, because ultimately it's about keeping costs down as well. So she particularly emphasizes a circular economy. So what are the challenges and trade-offs, do you think, as the sector navigates this idea that perhaps you can introduce this circularity within the travel and tourism sector? Is this something you're seeing in Colombia, for instance?
Yes, and we do it through several things. We have, as I was mentioning to you and to Randy, we have a program where we educate our tourism sector. We have, for example, last year more than 620 people that attended that program. And I think through those kind of educational programs, you can include those circularity and circular economy things that we need all to be familiar and to feel comfortable and to be part of not only as a state policy but also as a community. But also we have a national tourism award where we try to recognize those type of initiatives. So we have, for example, when you were mentioning the hotels, we have 3 hotels that are great examples of all this intervention with communities, trying to make awareness with the travelers when they come into the different hotels, that they have been working from a long time ago, and that they are, of course, getting more and more involved in it.
Yeah. And give us more examples of the circular economy aspect. How is that being seen and translated into the Masungi Georeserve?
I think a huge aspect of having a circular economy or model going and the locations you belong to is the materialization, having something as a service instead of as a tangible product, that has to be replenished and put in again and again. And Masungi actually has a huge emphasis on creative engineering. We invest in training our craftsmen. We have engineers who are working on the place. And because of that, there's a lot of emphasis on maintenance. When it comes to the trails, when it comes to the rope courses and the cables that we have, all of these get repaired. Most of the time, do not need replacing. And it really helps for us to have that skill set in-house. It helps us with creativity, it helps us with circularity. Billy?
Yeah, for us, circularity isn't a buzzword, it's a necessity. Yeah. It's a way of living because, again, we live in a very rural location. We do not have the systems or the usual services that we just rely on others. So I think going into circularity is about going back to the basics, imagining that how would I build this resort, how would I build this experience if I were in the ancient times when I didn't have all of these. I think that's one way to think innovatively in terms of how we design our new destinations.
I want to add something to that. A while ago, we were talking about circularity, and we have this Filipino saying by our national hero, and it goes, "Ang hindi marunong lumingon sa pinanggalingan, hindi makakarating sa paroroonan." In English, it means if you do not know how to look at the past, you can't go into the future. Yes. And this has a lot to do with understanding our indigenous knowledge and practices and principles, how these are concepts that we can take into modern time. It does not have to be left behind. I have once hiked with some indigenous elders, and a memorable moment we had was when I was so hungry I needed to pick up some fruits from a tree. And the chieftain, the elder, told me to only pick what I can consume because someone else might be following who's hungry. Yeah. And anyway, there's probably another tree further down the trail when you get hungry again. Yeah. And that's basically the mindset that we need to have when it comes to consumption, yes. When it comes to thinking about the other people around us, when it comes to the following generations. This idea of balance and consuming just what's enough. Yeah. Right, so I think we all need to go back to that principle. We tend to have forgotten that, in modern times.
That is such a beautiful example, I have to say. Randy, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, please. I have a pet topic on circularity, and that is food waste. Yes. Food waste is the third largest identifiable contributor to greenhouse gases. After the U.S. economy, the Chinese economy, there's food waste as an identifiable greenhouse gas competitor. So that's worse than aviation fuel. And tourism serves a lot of food. And I think this is a way we can really make some contribution and work on it. We should, get much more aggressive on urban composting. And just raise awareness. When we see hotels work on food waste, they're shocked. The chef is shocked, the general manager is happily shocked. Satisfaction levels don't have to go down if you do it right. So food waste, that's a way to educate the client as well, to engage travelers, engage staff, engage travelers, and I think that's a big win for tourism that they can herald because it's manageable. We have so many case studies now, examples of success in it.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. So I loved that example that you gave, and I guess this leads to my next question, which is, we know that there are people-centric approaches that one can put in place. So what are 3 people-centered goals that the travel and tourism sector should focus on in the medium to long term? Let's start with you again, one of the Dumaliang sisters.
I take 2 and you take 1. Go ahead. Okay, so for me, zero poverty in major tourist destinations. I think, tourism has the power to lift us out of poverty, create jobs and livelihood. And so I think there's no reason why there should be still poor people living below the poverty line in places where you have 5-star hotels. That is inequity. And I think second is jobs, and by jobs, not just the number of jobs, but the ability of opportunities to be accessible to those who are marginalized. For example, youth, women, indigenous people, like Anne mentioned. So those are 2 people-centric measures that I would like to add to the table.
That's great. Was there a third?
There is a third coming from me, and I do not want to be the pessimistic one around here, but this move towards carbon neutrality or carbon negativity, you should understand, means a lot for island economies like ours. We are extremely vulnerable to the climate crisis. Only less than a month ago, we had a typhoon during the height of summer where 100 people died. Less than 6 months ago, we had another typhoon with 400 people losing their lives. And these are supposedly trends before 2013 that happen every 10 years, and now we're having them every 6 months. No less than 2 years ago, I thought they will be happening every 3 years. It's escalating at the pace that is very difficult for us to manage where we are at. In Masungi, what we are sustaining is a watershed, and this watershed is actually relevant to 20 million Filipinos downstream. A single typhoon, a flooding event because there's no good forest cover in the watershed, kills a lot and costs a lot. A municipal mayor informed me that just to handle the food costs of having evacuees on the evacuation site for a day cost them 3 million pesos, $60,000 US approximately. And they would have people in the evacuation centers for 14 days, 3 weeks at a time. Imagine how much that costs. And we're just talking about food here. We haven't looked at the loss of business, the damage to infrastructure, the trauma it causes people, how that affects their well-being. We haven't accounted for all of those costs. Caring for our environment, achieving net zero, 30 by 30, are very important things for us to achieve because this talks about our public safety infrastructure. We're talking about our green infrastructure. Had it been gray, it would be a no-brainer, and no question, but it is what it is. These are public safety resilience infrastructure that we need to invest time and money in.
So well said, I have to say. But I'm going to stop on I'm going to pause a little bit on the people-centric goals because we know it's tough. We know it's hard, but there's some great questions that the audience is asking, so I will go to it because we've just got a little bit more than 5 minutes. So question that asks, so far we've talked about regeneration primarily from areas with rich biodiversity and nature. Is it realistic for urban areas to also implement these practices, and how can they do so? Now, you responded a little bit to this earlier, saying that you really should give a chance to have your visitors and educate your visitors. But what else can be done in an urban environment? Randy, perhaps you have some insight.
Well, many things. You know, I've been a travel professional for 41 years, and I mostly as an outbound tour operator in all 7 continents. And I always found it amazing that, you know, travelers hesitant to use public transport, and the locals all think, oh, it's easy. Well, no, it's not easy. I don't know from city to city, do I need a credit card? Do I need perfect exact change? You know, so people, that's just one way to educate the traveler in an urban environment. I've already talked about hotels could do a lot better. I've talked about rental cars being EVs. There's countless other ways. We have the power to make tourism on land fully sustainable. It's as simple as that. We have case studies on everything we need to do to get there. We just need to pay more attention in a holistic way. Let's not do well on plastics and ignore something else. We need businesses to look holistically at this.
Flavia, I was really struck by the fact that you said that Colombia is one of the richest country in terms of biodiversity, but you also have cities.
Yes.
So what are some of the examples there?
I think that when you were asking this question, I was thinking, I think it's great to mention that through promoting, for example, sustainable projects, investment projects to arrive into these urban areas, we help in that sense, because then we help sustainable projects to arrive there, but we help communities that are in there, and we also help that we will have all the development or the growth that we are looking as a country to develop, but also to generate more employment. So I think through promoting investment, sustainable investment, as our president always says too, a greener dollar invested in Colombia is a greener dollar. So I think that investment is one. Also the products that we would like to promote, to export from Colombia, that comes also from the urban areas. Actually, we promote Colombia as 6 regions. So in those different regions, we have, of course, urban areas. Bogota, our capital city. I'm from Barranquilla, from the coast part that is the Atlantic coast, and also to the Pacific coast, we have another region. So I will say that through promoting investment, through promoting products that are sustainable, and also, of course, always that the visitors that come into those urban areas also understand that we need to achieve that goal together.
Yeah, and that brings us to the next question, another great question from the audience. You know, really, it is about education, isn't it? We keep hearing this. This is what Anne and Billy have been telling us to, educating the people to do the right thing. So here's a question that basically says, well, what needs to be done to educate travelers and help them become more responsible? Do we just have to frighten them with all these terrible statistics?
Well,
through recognition.
At Masungi, we invest a lot in storytelling, because that's the best way to engage people and to educate them, to give them a memorable encounter with nature, such that they actually take action to protect it at the end of the trail or in some other situation where they remember their experience. So we invest a lot in storytelling, creating the spiel together with the rangers, making sure the rangers share their personal stories. At the same time, our colleagues in the sector sometimes also hire comedy writers to help, you know, make the spiel more dynamic. So I think we all should invest in storytelling in terms of bringing people closer to nature. For example, in Masungi, after their trail, our visitors don't just leave. They actually get educated on the issues surrounding the area, and they sign petitions, and those petitions are forwarded to leaders and decision makers. So suddenly you have 20,000 people signing to stop quarrying in Masungi and surrounding areas. Then people will listen. Then big change happens.
That's great. That's great. Any more quick thoughts, because we are running out of time?
Through recognition, as I was mentioning, through the programs that we are generating, that they are online, we're going to talk about them. So I think that those are the things that I will highlight.
Okay, great. So, you know, we've got a minute left. So I obviously started off by asking everyone if you thought we could achieve that very simple goal that we heard from COP26 last year, which was to try to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. That is only 8 years away. So, as I end this conversation, let's have a 10-second wrap-up from each of you. Randy, you were not optimistic earlier. You didn't put your hand up. But do you have a sense that after this conversation that we can take small steps, that it can be achieved?
Well, I've said in this conversation it's achievable. I just didn't put my hand up. We have to commit to ourselves a little bit more strongly than we have.
Wonderful. And Billy?
Yeah, we have no choice. So after a few thoughts, I raised my hand up. And I think what is key is being transparent about these goals and commitments, because at the end of the day, it is the people who will make governments and the private sector accountable. So we need to make the citizens aware of what these goals are, the commitments and the roadmap, so they can participate actively in that goal.
And do you want to add to that?
Masungi is a product of government, the private sector, and communities making a radical big bet to save what they love and what they care about. And if people could get to that point, I do believe that it is doable, but we should be able to make those big bets, to take radical approaches to save the environment. And I'm very optimistic about young people.
Yeah.
For us, it's a moral imperative.
Absolutely.
And
Flavia.
Thank you. I will say that as a country, we are committed to it. If we are all aligned, we are promoting as ProColombia that sustainable destination, as I was mentioning. So I really would love that the best thing is for everyone to visit Colombia, the most welcoming place on earth. So
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Well, great way to end it. Thank you all for those great questions. We didn't get to all of them, but hopefully we'll get a chance to answer some of these in the sessions to follow. So I hope you are all a bit more optimistic, having heard these great stories from our wonderful panelists about how we can achieve that. Yes, hopefully the next time, a lot more of you will be putting your hands up and being optimistic about achieving those huge, huge global targets that we need to achieve to make our planet a better place. So thank you once again to our fantastic panelists. A big round of applause for them, please. Thank you. I'll hand it over to you, Kathleen.
Thank you, Sharon Jeet, and your great panel, and I'm dying to go see the Mazungi Geo Reserve. You know, building on the expertise that was shared here, we have 3 flash learnings, and these will continue to explore trends around regeneration, but also the future of travel. We want to first welcome Jeremy Jauncey, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Beautiful Destinations. He'll join us on the stage.
Morning, everybody. Morning. In the last 2 years, the physical world of travel has unilaterally shut down. We are all too aware of the negative impact that has had on our industry. But whilst so much of the physical world has been put on hold, the digital world has exploded. The rate of technological adoption in our everyday lives, in our businesses, in our relationships has accelerated at a pace never seen before in human history. And the reality is that today we live in a world where over 65% of millennial and Gen Z consumers believe their digital identity is more important than their physical one. Where over 90% of these consumers will book travel based on the content that they see on Instagram. When we think about a future where digital is at the center of the travel decision-making process, we have to change the way we think about how we talk to these consumers. Accor, Amadeus, Google, Expedia, Airbnb, Skift, the list goes on and on of leaders in our industry that have shared in recent times how dramatically different the booking travel experience is for travel post-pandemic. They have shared dramatically impactful shortening in the booking window. They have shared an enormous change, a huge increase in the amount of time that consumers are spending searching for epic, long bucket list travel holidays. And most importantly, they're sharing of a dramatic increase in the amount of time that consumers are spending in the dreaming phase of travel, referencing the content that they see on social media as the driving force behind deciding where a consumer will travel and where they will stay. So when we think about the opportunity that this presents for us today, When we think about a monumental shift in the travel consumer's behavior, the amount of time that is spent before a decision is made about where to travel, the hours and hours of content that these consumers will consume on their mobile phones, we have to ask ourselves some fundamental questions about what is different in the future of marketing our industry. Now, Beautiful Destinations has over 40 million millennial and Gen Z consumers that turn to us every single day to be inspired about where to travel. We have had a front row seat over the last 2 years in this change in the way this next generation of travel consumer thinks about booking travel. This next generation of travel consumer that fundamentally decides what they want to do based on the short-form video content they see in their smartphones. So we understand that pre-pandemic, the average consumer spent around 4 hours a day on their smartphones, and post-pandemic, or as we're in this recovery period, we're seeing 5.5 to 6 hours every single day on a smartphone. We have to ask ourselves some questions about what that means for the way we talk to these consumers. So first, a couple of questions. Within our marketing departments, within our marketing structures, do we have leadership that is under the age of 40? Do we have leadership that deeply understands digital platforms, deeply understands social platforms, how to make content, how to share content, how to engage with travel consumers, because real-time travel trends now happen on these platforms. So within that, when you think about your marketing mix, are you still running that age-old marketing adage that 80% of your marketing budget should go towards paid advertising, and only 20% should go towards creating content? Because if you are dramatically underprepared for this next generation of traveler that is spending hours consuming travel content before they make their purchasing decision. Equally, when you think about those marketing assets that you're sitting on, is your social footprint equally as large, or at least trending to be larger than your email database? Because the reality is that intrusive paid advertising and email marketing, their efficacy has continued to decline year on year. But the reach, engagement, conversion, performance of your own branded, beautiful content continues to improve. And so going a level deeper and thinking about experience design, thinking about the cabins on your cruise lines, the rooms in your hotels, the attractions in your destinations, are you building these attractions through the lens of today's travel consumer? Because not only are they spending infinitely more time in this dreaming phase of travel, they are spending infinitely more time creating content when they do travel. And so are you thinking through end to end, how does my attraction, how does my room, how does my experience look and feel at different times of the day? Am I creating those unique vantage points at sunset and sunrise to allow my consumers to do the thing that they want to do when they travel, which is, of course, connect in the way we know only our industry can, but to capture that moment and share it with their friends and family? Because all of us are aware that the millennial and Gen Z travel segment is the largest travel segment in the world. Decades and decades of future growth for our industry, not just the recovery today. We know this is the segment most likely to spend on travel. We know this is the segment most likely to repeatedly travel within the year. We know this is the segment that is most likely to share their experience with their friends and family. And we know that this is the segment that the last 2 years has been traveling digitally at home on their smartphones. And so going even a level deeper than experience design, when we think about government or policy, are we making it very clear for our teams in airports or frontline security with the policies that we write, that we understand the behavior of today's travel consumer? Because the average millennial and Gen Z traveler travels with between 4 and 5 devices every time they travel. Smartphones, DSLR cameras, GoPros, drones. These are no longer just the tools of professional shooting teams. This is the everyday traveler signaling to us that they want to come to our destinations, they want to come to hotels, they want to show what that experience is like. So if it's difficult to come through the airport, or it's not clear from a governmental standpoint what your policy is on how to get filming permits, if you even need them, or where and how and when to shoot, you make it harder to embrace those travelers. Now, all of that thinks about the travel for today, the immediate things that we can do to focus on the recovery. But what about our future? Is our future more digital? Is virtual travel a reality that we might be facing today? I really think it is. Because although virtual reality has not caught fire in the way that we had thought it would, it's been around for decades, but it's never really been embraced by consumers. 2021 will go down as the year of NFTs and the metaverse. that constantly connected, ubiquitous, 3D immersive world, that next iteration of the internet, Web 3.0. That world where potentially I could connect with my friends and family in a digital experience of your hotel or your destination. Wherever they are in the world, I could travel multiple times in a week, multiple times in a day, without the cost, without the hassle, without the time, and most importantly, without the environmental impact of real-world travel. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting for a second that we should ever think about replacing in real-world travel, but could we talk to our consumers in a new way? Could we engage them and meet them where they are today? How many people in the audience have children who are gamers? Maybe you're gamers yourself. How many of those children spent their time during the pandemic connecting with their friends in Minecraft or Roblox or Fortnite? There are 3.2 billion gamers in the world, growing at an exponential rate, consumers who deeply value their digital identity, who spend meaningful resources, time and energy in digital worlds. So why as an industry should we not meet them there? Should the first entry point to our destination not be a digital experience? Because it may be 3-4 years until my hotel is ready or my destination is ready to welcome customers, but I can be up and running in 3 months in a metaverse that connects with people. And futuristic as that might sound, the reality is that that may exist already in a business environment. Accenture bought 60,000 Oculus headsets for its employees in October to connect them in the metaverse. Marriott's most recent Power of Travel global advertising campaign was the first real travel campaign that lent into the metaverse and NFT technology. It's very exciting to see this digital movement, because could we be unlocking huge new digital revenue streams to connect with our consumers in the comfort of their own homes, to increase capacity infinitely? I no longer go from being a 30-key hotel, a 100-key hotel, a 500-key hotel, and become a digital provider of a travel experience that could service infinite capacity without any of the negative impacts that we know that we face on the environment when we think about our industry pre-pandemic. And so again, although that sounds somewhat futuristic, I'm reminded when I think about how exciting this topic is that it was 6 years ago this year that I gave a keynote speech at the Skift Global Forum in New York City, where I spoke about the power of social media and my very passionate belief that social, and Instagram in particular, would be driving forces in the business of travel. And this was at a time when very, very few leaders in travel were thinking about social media, and certainly none were thinking about the power that it could be for driving business. I was dramatically wrong. I really underestimated how impactful these platforms and technologies could be in the future of travel. And so I hope, as we sit today at the dawn of a new era of the internet, a new opportunity for our industry, we will embrace the opportunities that sit within this next iteration of travel, this digital future of travel, and hopefully build infinite capacity for our industry without any of the negative impacts that we know could come. Thank you.
It's an amazing concept to think about unlimited hotel keys, isn't it? Through the digital opportunity. So to talk about supporting communities and the environment, we have a message now from Brett Tolman, who is chairman of the Travel Corporation. And as you will see, that is a company that not only talks the talk, but walks the walk.
The topic at hand, New Horizons, is very timely. Off the heels of a period of such incredible change in travel and tourism, New Horizons represents a very important priority for all of us to further support destinations, people, and our planet. The culmination of the last 2 years of separation and restrictions, combined with the world's fast-growing understanding of the climate crisis, has placed an increasing value on our outdoor spaces, our parks and reserves. Wildlife has also been affected, as seen in David Attenborough's film last year, The Year Earth Changed. The remarkable challenge that is climate change carries with it the equally important issue of the rapid loss of biodiversity. We see this all the time with species, ecosystems, and the health of our planet. Since biodiversity is essential for survival, its future can and must be positively affected by what we do going forward. This is a clear opportunity for host destinations and communities who call rural and outdoor places their home. We must all do all we can to help by creating more market demand for undisturbed wild places and existing areas in need of assistance too. Supporting the conservation of these spaces prevents further loss of biodiversity, builds greater tools to climate change, and helps provide more sustainable revenue models for community-based tourism. As you may know, the Travel Corporation and our award-winning travel brand share a singular aim, which is to make travel matter. One of the Travel Corporation's greatest mechanisms to encourage this transition is our Make Travel Matter experiences. Travel experiences that create a conscious, meaningful connection to our planet, its people, and the world's wildlife. These experiences have been selected purposefully for the clear social or environmental aim. Using the framework of the United Nations Global Goals, we developed a set of criteria that now guides our global experience design teams. These criteria enable us to identify experiences that, by meeting targets from the Global Goal Framework, advance these goals in their respective host destinations. And it is working. We have challenged our teams to ensure at least one Make Travel Matter is included on at least 50% of itineraries by 2025. For 3 of our brands, as of December last year, Insight Vacations was at 96%, Kentucky was at 81%, and our largest brand, Trafalgar, was at 52%. While this is one important goal for us, there are others. The most important, of course, is to plot our course to net zero. As an international business with many assets in touring, hotels, and river cruising, our transition, like many of yours, I'm sure, will not be easy. It will take a combination of new technology, investment, and evolving business models, but it must be done. We're happy to share our findings with others, and we hope there will be a mutual sharing of ideas and information in the future too. The call from the scientific community is that we must protect at least 30 to 50% of the world's wild spaces, a necessary step in our combined effort to combat climate change. Our travel and tourism sector must be a leader in this change. Soft adventure travel, for example, with the exploration of our natural parks and wild places, is a powerful opportunity to align rural tourism and nature-based climate solutions. It's also proven an incredible opportunity for us to support this shift while building resilience into our sector, a beautiful marriage, really. TTC, our brands, and our Tread Right Foundation remain committed to encouraging nature-based solutions and biodiversity protection as a worthwhile solution. Sustainability or regeneration, frankly, call it what you like. I'm not concerned with that. At TTC, we are focused on measurable, transparent impact. That is what matters, regardless of what you call it. And that must be one of our industry's new horizons. Thank you.
And we have a third flash learning right now that's going to focus on how our sector will evolve in the future. I think one of the great buzz conversations I've heard around the summit over the last couple days is about the amazing things that are happening in Saudi Arabia. New tourism sites that will be welcoming the world. And so please now welcome the head of the Saudi Tourism Authority, Fahad Hamadadin.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Arnold, Julia, WTTC community, thank you so much for gathering this set of leaders in this vibrant industry. And a sincere thank you to our host, Secretary Bernadette, to the government of Philippines and for the great welcome and the very beautiful Filipino smiles. Friends, before we look to the future, I want to take us back, not before the pandemic, but a little further. 5 years ago, at the time, my 8-year-old daughter asked me if I could expect that she would drive when she turned 20. And I told her, like what any father would have done at the time, I surely hope so. A year later, at midnight of the 24th of July, 2018, women were allowed to drive for the very first time. My hope and my daughter's expectation both were realized. And our hearts were ignited with hope since then. The expectations were always met and exceeded. So what is Saudi? To us, it is unexpectedly diverse, magical, proud, and constantly evolving. It is the true, authentic home of Arabia. Where would you expect to find hidden cities with history that stretch back in time to more than 7,000 years? Go to Al-Ula. See an ancient city carved from the cliffs and pictures of animals etched into the stones, and you will. So, where would you expect to see over 1,000 miles of pristine corals and virgin islands? Certainly not in the Red Sea, but you will. Where would you expect to see the largest music festival in the world? Go to Middle East in Riyadh, and you will join a crowd of 730,000 people. Where would you expect to go skiing in the mountains of Arabia? Well, at NEOM, you will. When we opened our tourism borders in 2019, that too was unexpected. But here we are. It is our invitation to the world. Then, today, and tomorrow, it is our invitation to you. Saudi is the biggest opportunity in tourism, as we believe. But it is an opportunity for both industries and consumers alike. We are a bullish destination where vision, leadership, and talent and resources are all aligned. Around the Crown Prince's vision, a one determined nation. More than $800 billion of investment is committed by 2030 in the sector of tourism. Our young, bright, and talented population, hungry for the opportunities that tourism is bringing, and to welcome the world to Saudi. So many members of the WTTC have already recognized our vision, but more importantly, they have responded to what we believe is our truth. We have advanced a long way, and our ambitions are greater still. Of course, it's not just about doing the unexpected. It is also about adapting to the unexpected. As we have all done the past 2 years, we did not expect COVID would define Saudi Arabia's presidency of the G20, but it did. So what did we do? No one before us had put tourism onto the G20 agenda and brought global leaders, ministers, and businesses together, determined to bring life and lives, and we did. And that is the power of tourism. We meet at this summit today during the holy month of Ramadan, when we fast from dawn to dusk. For Muslims, This is a time defined by togetherness and self-discipline. These are the principles that have guided the role of Saudi that has played over the last 2 years. We are a committed partner, a partner for governments, a partner of businesses, a partner of travelers and communities. Domestically, our people have benefited from support right from the top. This means that we continue to invest. This means that the last year we saw Saudi tourism recover by almost 20% to pre-pandemic levels. But more importantly, I am certain that by the end of the first quarter, when our numbers are published, we will go far beyond. We together here, the global travel and tourism industry leaders, must always be prepared for the unexpected. And Saudi, the unexpected destination, is offering a fresh model. A fresh model of cooperation and collaboration, of strong support to the sector from government, businesses, and innovation. Innovation, technology, yes, but sustainability too. By 2030, we will be conserving a total land area 11 times the size of Belgium. I was very pleased to hear the great speech of someone as accomplished as Bill Tolman, talking about breadth, talking about how scientists are calling for 30% conservation of planet land. That is what we are committing. That is what represents 11 times the size of Belgium that we are committed to conserving by 2030. So we're taking the scientific approach to rewilding more than 20 species. The Arabian leopard is just one example. But the best thing about all of this is that we can make a long-lasting impact for people and places worldwide. We all know travel and tourism bridges people and cultures. It drives understanding and change. It helps us to see ourselves and see others and the world in a new light. It opens an unexpected new horizons. My daughter now is 13 years old. And when she looks up at the moon and she asks me, she says, "Dad, will you achieve your tourism goals that you talk about?" My answer to her is, with partners like you and all partners around the world, I surely know we will do so. This is our invitation to our partners in this room and to all our partners watching us through the WTTC network. I have a short video that I would like you to see, and I'll be standing here by you. I have nothing more to say other than thank you very much for listening, and we hope that we see you all. And thank you so much, WTTC, for making this opportunity and hosting it in Riyadh by November.
Well, that's a big wow, isn't it? Amazing. It's time for our break, and I don't know about you, but I have really gotten into the Filipino tradition of multiple meals, starting with breakfast, then mid-morning snack, then lunch, then mid-afternoon snack, then dinner, then middle evening snack, followed by midnight snack, right? Refreshments, your mid-morning snack, are being served in the foyer right outside the room, where you'll have plenty of time also to explore our sponsors' booths. And I have spent a little bit of time in the Fun Philippines Find Shop doing some shopping. I don't know how I'm going to fit it all in my suitcase when I go home, but they have amazing locally made products there. You also have free access to Press Reader, where you can read over 7,000 publications for up to 6 weeks. So sign up on the event app. And then after the break, we have a really packed closing session. So please be back in your seats for a wonderful 11:05 start to the end of our conference.
held me when waves were rushing and found me when I was out searching. You restored while I dreamed of your beauty, recovered as I buckled up for the upcoming journey. And now it's time to find each other again. It's been fun with you.
Come and see treasures yet unseen. Listen to tales untold. Fall in love with flavors from the past. Share memories you'll never forget. And feel a welcome you've never felt. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia, Saudi.
Begin connecting again. Rediscover simple pleasures and get back to doing what you love. From reuniting to exploring and savoring every single moment. With fine hotels and resorts, travel is personal. Enjoy guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout and an exclusive suite of benefits. American Express Travel is here to help you 24/7. So make the most of your time with loved ones this season. Stay longer and experience more. Travel is better with Amex.
There was no choice. There had to be immediate medical intervention.
And it went back and forth into where he felt fear for his family.
When I knew I was in trouble was when I started coughing up blood.
I don't think we could do what we do without Global Rescue.
Well, what I would tell a company that does not have a service provider such as Global Rescue is that they're not truly valuing their employees.
Having Global Rescue helps us all sleep better at night.
moving forward becomes reassuring with a partner by your side. One that teaches you to trust. One that has been with you from the start. Through it all, whether you're thriving or still striving. A partner that pushes you to carry on and go the distance despite it all. Together, there are no boundaries, only possibilities. Together, we can go further.
We are thrilled to fly people to their destinations in newer, greener planes.
We are ready to fly more passengers and give them a safer and better cabin experience.
The design aesthetics were very meaningful because Cebu Pacific thought long and hard on how the design would come out, representative of who we are as Cebu Pacific.
Fly with me, let's fly away to the sand and sea, just you and me, that's where I want to be. Come fly with me, let's take off in
Mabuhay. Welcome on board Philippine Airlines. The Philippines is now open for you.
So I'm coming home to you.
I still remember it all too well. You held me when waves were rushing and found me when I was out searching. You restored while I dreamed of your beauty, recovered as I buckled up for the upcoming journey. And now, it's time to find each other again.
It's been fun with you.
Come and see treasures yet unseen. Listen to tales untold. Fall in love with flavors from the past. Share memories you'll never forget. And feel a welcome you've never felt. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia, Saudi.
Begin connecting again. Rediscover simple pleasures and get back to doing what you love. From reuniting to exploring and savoring every single moment. With fine hotels and resorts, travel is personal. Enjoy guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout and an exclusive suite of benefits. American Express Travel is here to help you 24/7. So make the most of your time with loved ones this season. Stay longer and experience more. Travel is better with Amex.
There was no choice. There had to be immediate medical intervention.
And it went back and forth into where he felt fear for his family.
When I knew I was in trouble was when I started coughing up blood.
I don't think we could do what we do without Global Rescue.
Well, what I would tell a company that does not have a service provider such as Global Rescue is that they're not truly valuing their employees.
Having Global Rescue helps us all sleep better at night.
Moving forward becomes reassuring with a partner by your side. One that teaches you to trust. One that has been with you from the start. Through it all, whether you're thriving or still striving. A partner that pushes you to carry on and go the distance despite it all. Together, there are no boundaries, only possibilities. Together, we can go further.
We are thrilled to fly people to their destinations in newer, greener planes.
We are ready to fly more passengers and give them a safer and better cabin experience.
The design aesthetics were very meaningful because Cebu Pacific thought long and hard on how the design would come out, representative of who we are as Cebu Pacific.
with me, let's fly away to the sand and sea, just you and me. That's where I want to be. Come fly with me, let's take off in
Mabuhay. Welcome on board Philippine Airlines. The Philippines is now open for you.
So I'm coming home to you.
I still remember it all too well. You held me when waves were rushing and found me when I was out searching. You restored while I dreamed of your beauty, recovered as I buckled up for the upcoming journey. And now it's time to find each other again.
It's been fun with you.
Come and see treasures yet unseen. Listen to tales untold. Fall in love with flavors from the past. Share memories you'll never forget. And feel a welcome you've never felt. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia, Saudi.
Begin connecting again. Rediscover simple pleasures and get back to doing what you love. From reuniting to exploring and savoring every single moment. With fine hotels and resorts, travel is personal. Enjoy guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout and an exclusive suite of benefits. American Express Travel is here to help you 24/7. So make the most of your time with loved ones this season. Stay longer and experience more. Travel is better with Amex.
There was no choice. There had to be immediate medical.
The summit is about to begin. The summit is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
I knew I was in trouble was when I started coughing up blood.
I don't think we could do what we do without Global Rescue.
Well, what I would tell a company that does not have a service provider such as Global Rescue is that they're not truly valuing their employees.
Having Global Rescue helps us all sleep better at night.
Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start.
Moving forward becomes reassuring with a partner by your side. One that teaches you to trust. One that has been with you from the start. Through it all, whether you're thriving or still striving. A partner that pushes you to carry on and go the distance despite it all. Together, there are no boundaries, only possibilities. Together, we can go further.
We are thrilled to fly people to their destinations in newer, greener planes.
We are ready to fly more passengers and give them a safer and better cabin experience.
Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start.
Because Cebu Pacific thought long and hard on how the design would come out, representative of who we are as Cebu Pacific.
The summit is about to begin. The summit is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you. The summit is about to begin. The summit is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Welcome back for our final session. That was a clip from Bigger Than Us, which is a documentary that premiered at the Cannes Film Festival and is now on global release. And it explores themes about getting the next generation involved, how we get back to communities and really lift them up. Because ultimately we know in our industry, you've heard it again and again, it's all about people. I'm also delighted and excited that we're going to hear from the protagonist, the narrator of that documentary, Melody Widgson. I think you're going to be especially inspired by her and the vision she has for the future of the world and our industry. Now we have a panel that is called You Belong, and You Belong Here. It's about diversity and inclusion, and you can join that discussion here in the room, asking questions, or if you're on the virtual platform, you can also submit questions right now. Start thinking about them early on so we can get to yours. To explore how travel and tourism can enable the success of marginalized groups, foster a more welcoming environment, and prioritize diversity in every way at all levels and all interactions, I want you to welcome back Aradhna Koala, who's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Aptimind Partners. She's going to lead us through this next panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please lower your shoulder restraint. Keep your hands and feet in. And if you are on an anti-anxiety medication, now would be a good time to pop that pill. because over the next 4 minutes, which is the time I have for my opening remarks, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant and assault you with astounding and alarming facts, which is going to shake you, wake you, provoke you, but more importantly, I hope will open your eyes to the ubiquitous and insidious effects of ignoring diversity and inclusion in our sector, and hopefully urge you to see why change is required pronto. So let me start by saying that all of the worst things we have suspected are all true. Because despite an increased awareness on all things diversity, equity, and inclusion, the results on the ground haven't changed. Now, I'm aware that gender diversity is only a small part of the overall D&I landscape, but the fact remains that it is the most well-documented and well-researched. So what we did is we looked at the 200+ largest publicly listed companies in the travel and tourism landscape. I'm talking hotels, airports, airlines, OTAs, food and beverage companies, cruise lines. These companies together have operations in 130 countries, employ millions of people, and together have a market cap of trillions of dollars. And what we discovered is there is actually enough talent coming through the pipeline. But the glass ceiling that we keep speaking of is real. Because we start with nearly 50% women in the workforce, but by the time they get to mid-management, that percentage is 34%. By the time it's senior management, it's 31%, which is an SVP level. And then in the XCOM, we get down to 17%, which is where the glass ceiling really hits. At the board of directors level, the percentage of women is 24%, and I owe a large part of that to legislation. And finally, despite 50% women in the workforce, the number of CEOs and chairs of boards who are women are less than 5%. At this point in time, once we realize that the number of women who don't rise or climb through the different levels of hierarchy, despite having so many women in the pipeline, you will say, oh, what about the past? But this has been a flat line for the last 2 decades. So it's not a story of today, but this has been the case for the last 20 years. Now, you might turn around and say, oh, but look at all the progress we have made in the last 10 years, 20 years, on behalf of all kinds of diversity and inclusion measures. Yes, but we also forget that it's actually been a long time since we've been on this journey of diversity and inclusion, because we forget that it has been actually 107 years since Emily Davison was killed by the horse of King George V for seeking a right to vote. We forget that it's been 126 years since Oscar Wilde was thrown in jail for being gay. 18 years since the repeal of Section 28, 187 years since the Slavery Abolition Act. And by the way, women still don't have the right to vote in some countries. Being gay is still criminalized in parts of the world, and slavery still exists in our modern society. I really find it funny when people say, oh, you know what, we're on a journey when it comes to D&I measures. Or we're on a journey when it comes to gender diversity, we're on a journey when it comes to equity and inclusion. I say this is one hell of a journey where most people haven't arrived at the destination, and guess what? Some haven't even left the station. Look, the business benefits of all things DEI are already well documented. Product to profitability, innovation, improved problem solving, stronger customer and employee satisfaction. Companies with gender, ethnic, and cultural diversity are 33% more likely to have above average profitability. Innovation accelerates by 83%, and the likelihood of bankruptcy is reduced by 20% if a single woman is on the board. Data also shows that 1 in 5 of Gen Z applicants will not look at you as a real company if they perceive a lack of commitment for D&I. In other words, a diverse workplace is a future-proof workplace. And any voice of reason says diversity and inclusion should be a big part of the overall strategy and plan. But the fact remains that the foundations of this whole process is still being laid today. Now, Let us find out why that is the case. Please join me in welcoming 4 amazing leaders from business, government, civil society, and academia who, all in their own way, have been demonstrating and working to bring down barriers to equality. And let's have them mark out who will survive, who will thrive, and who will die. Please join me in welcoming Eileen Clement, who is the chairman and president of Raja Travel Corporation. We have Candice Yorg, who is the head of customer experience for Cebu Pacific Air. Gaurav Pokhriyal, who's the global head of HR for Indian Hotels Company Limited. And last but not the least, my friend Felipe de Oliveira, who's the Director General of Airports Council International, ACI World. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Please, audience, keep your questions ready. We like to make these panels as interactive as possible, so we dearly welcome all your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to all of you. Let's jump right into the discussion. I would want all of you to share one DEI goal that you have in your organization, short to medium term, and I'd also love for you to share one initiative within the DEI space that you're especially proud of. Candice, do you want to? Yes.
Thanks. At Cebu Pacific, one of the goals that we have, or what we measure, because we believe what gets measured gets done, is we have an ESG goal or index. So ESG, environment, sustainability, and governance. We started measuring this in 2020. Our score was a 15. And last year, our score was 39. Still not high enough, no? Benchmark global best is at 77. Global average, though, is 36. So getting there. In terms of what we're most proud of, it's never really just one thing. I think it's what it indicates as an organization. And one of the things that we did more recently, just before the pandemic, was we hired our first transgender crew, cabin crew. And it's not just that one event, no, of hiring our first transgender crew. It was really what we had to do to ensure that we are successful in onboarding, in preparing the organization for this change. So in doing so, we had to undergo SOGI training from the University of the Philippines. We had to prepare our cabin crew community, our pilots, right, to make sure that we provide an environment that is accepting, welcoming, inclusive, and mindful of perhaps the starting point of our transgender cabin crew was the first time, no? So it's many things. It's preparing the systems to support it.
That's an excellent point, because intentional hiring is the starting point.
Yes.
It's then that you need the infrastructure and the structure ready. Thank you, Candice. Gaurav, do you want to?
So thank you, Aradhana, for having me on the panel. Just a quick background. I work for Indian Hotel Company. It's the largest dominant chain of hotels in India. Part of a larger group company called the Tatas. It's a large conglomerate comprising of about 30-odd companies. We are into IT, aviation, you name it, we are everywhere. I come from a country which is extremely diverse, hence the whole subject resonates very well with me. Just a couple of statistics. We have 1.4 billion. We have 400 plus religions. We have 22 languages. We have 600 million internet users. We have 1 billion mobile phone users. The numbers just keep on going on. As far as diversity and inclusion is concerned, we've recently announced a new initiative called Pathya, which is a Sanskrit word, means path, the right way. It is largely ESG, which has become mandatory now, plus more. And in line with that, we made some announcements, very audacious announcements. But I believe if we really need to move from intent to action, this is the best way to do that. We have 15% ladies as part of our workforce at this moment. By 2025, we intend moving this needle up to about 25%. Board representations are going to be at 50%. We're very close to that number because I believe if we have more women in leadership roles, this whole journey then becomes easier. And you know, one very unique initiative we've recently started, in fact, we just opened a hotel, a luxury residences. It's managed by an all-women team, which is very unique, also poses its own set of challenges, but that's for us to actually settle later. Yeah.
Eileen.
So one of our biggest advocacies in our company is really stewardship. So we always go beyond our own company when we do certain things. And what we have done is create the Philippine Tourism Human Capital Development for the Department of Tourism as well. So in that regard, we were able to introduce elements that would create a more diverse and inclusive approach to the manpower that we hire in tourism. So that's what we have done. We have also included in there how the informal sectors can create a more professional grouping, and then we can help them, capacitate them to be more aligned with the rest of the markets.
Fantastic. Yeah. Felipe, one goal and one initiative within ACI that you're proud of.
Well, I'm proud to work in an organization that is not a big organization, but we are one of the first organizations that we had a director general that was an African American that lead the organization for the last 11 years before I arrived. And I think that was a great example how we can deal with not only with the gender balance, but also with the diversity inside of the organization. And now I'm a Latin, take care of the global organization as always another part, you know. We are a young organization, we have only 30 years. That's why it's quite easy to talk about diversity and inclusion, but how we make that happen is quite difficult as well. That's why I'm facing now an issue that is my, let's say, executive committee or my board in terms of my closest employees in the company. We have 7 in the board, in the organization, and we have only 1 female. That's why the target is how we can increase the number of the gender balance in my group. You know.
I know we have a panel coming out on gender diversity, so I don't want to deep dive into it, but I'm going to pick up on what you just said, because here is an interesting statistic. So New York Times compares the number of female CEOs in the Fortune 500 companies every year compared to the men named John. 50% of the world's population is female, but only 3% of the world's population are people named John. Yet Johns outnumber women in the American C-suite and boardroom. And if you add James, Robert, and Will to the mix, it's a game set match. I want to ask you, because both of you mentioned gender diversity, when data clearly shows why women in leadership is good for business, and it's very well documented, how come the piles of research is still not making that point clear?
Well, it's interesting because when you work in the travel business, 50% of the passengers are women. They drive around the 60 to 70% of decision-making process in buy, and decide the destination, and others. You know, that's why basically they are a key part of the way that we choose or not the destination, or the way they choose the way that you receive people at the airports as well. In certain ways, we are lucky that certain parts of the world, we have a difference. That's why we break this glass ceiling, as you mentioned. We have, especially in the US, we have 30% of our CEOs in our airports are females and female, and basically that's a big change. And that makes us, in terms of the global aspects, we have reached around the 12 to 13% of the females in the CEO's position. And what you need to do is that to incentivize these ladies to share the experience they have to support the development of the new CEOs for the future. And we are glad that the next and the first international aviation organization that you have a chair that is basically the female is ACI. Next year we have a chair that's Candace McGrew. She is the CEO of Cincinnati Airport. She will be our chair, and we prepare that way that she is achieving this position, and I think she will be a good example to be followed. That's why we are trying to do our way that how we can develop that.
It's great to see you walk the talk, Felipe. Candace, if I can bring you in at this point in time, it's observed that when men are vocal advocates of any of these initiatives with gender or even diversity in general, 96% of organizations achieve success or progress compared with 30% of organizations when they're not. So we really need men to be vocal advocates and allies.
Right.
I would love to bring in Eileen and you for your experience, and then I would love to put the two men on the spotlight. Please tell us, what do we need to do to get more buy-in from men? Because positive discrimination has to start with those who are not discriminated against at this point in time, and that's men. And it's only one part of diversity that we're speaking of. So I would love to have your views, but Candice and Eileen first.
Yeah, I think it starts with being, like, as a woman leader in the organization, being aware of how we show up. One of the things I've realized as I started to lead more people was how I led, and it tended to be very masculine, right? And that was because that was the leadership that was modeled to me. When I look at my past, say, 20 years of working, I've only had one female boss, right? And so I led in a more masculine manner and have had to really pull back and say, leadership doesn't have to have male behaviors, has to celebrate the strengths of any gender, right? And it's about the best people for the job. It's about the capability and the competencies, regardless of what it looks like and what form or shape it comes in. And the second part of it is really how we really have to be more curious about why it is what it is at the moment, because at the onset I realized that how we drive the change forward matters, right? If we drive the change forward in an angry manner, it stops the conversation. And our goal really is to have a more, like a learner's mindset, be more curious about why isn't the conversation happening, and engaging with people with diverse views so that we can reach that common ground. But again, it's hard, no? Because the conversations tend to be binary.
Right.
And right and wrong, as opposed to what is the right thing to do for everybody.
So, Eileen. Yes, for us, I'll pick up on one point that you said, what it is. We tend to stick with that, but what we do is, it is how we want it to be. And that's how we started off in our company. And again, as I talk about stewardship and the Philippine Tourism Human Capital Development, we are able to bring it to the grassroots on an educational formation, because sometimes it's not there. Value formation from the beginning, as was mentioned, it was how she grew up with it, but you can actually bring it down to the educational level.
Right. Gaurav, if I can ask you, how do we get the buy-in of men who are in the position of power, at least for now?
So, the simple answer would be hold them accountable. But we need to realize that we operate out of a larger ecosystem, and we tend to feed from that larger ecosystem. So as long as we do not make progress in reaching out to that particular ecosystem, ensuring that bottlenecks are not there, enabling people, and subsequent to that, it's extremely important that we create awareness. I personally believe, whenever I have had discussion with my colleagues, there's a lack of awareness. There's a lot of lip service which goes around. understanding and aligning D&I as part of your business imperatives in order for it to sustain itself in the long run, I think is missing. So in my view, awareness, understanding the larger ecosystem which feeds into your ecosystem are two most important imperatives.
Felipe, any last comments on how we can get men to be more vocal advocates? If there is any barrier that you face, which, will make your life easier if that was lifted?
I think I need to bring an example from home. We are a dual career couple with my wife. Sometimes I follow her in her career. Sometimes she follows me. And we need to find a way that both of us are happy at the end with the job that we are doing, with the challenge that we are taking. And our kids understand that. That's why having two boys and the boys growing in this environment, I think I'm helping at least in this small part that I'm helping to understand that the gender balance is important. The careers are important for both sides, and both careers are important. That, so it's not because I'm the father that I need to have a better career, that my wife or my wife need to have a better career than me. We are not competing with each other. We need to support and help on each other and grow together.
Charity begins at home, as they say. Now, when we talk about diversity, obviously the picture is a lot more greater than just gender, right? There is race, ethnicity, disability, LGBTQ, there is socioeconomic and neurovariance inclusion, which is just as important. Eileen, perhaps if I can bring you in and give some examples of how your organization is embracing the different kinds of diversity, not just gender, and something that you might be doing which really makes the people feel inclusive and welcome.
Well, we never really had a problem with that from the beginning. So it's not as if something that we have to advocate. Because, allow me to begin it this way. Filipino language is a very gender-neutral language. So in our culture, we tend not to look at that, but we tend to look at the capabilities of the person instead of that. So just to show you that as a Filipino culture, we are able to embrace everything outright. So there's not a lot that we need to do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's Candice, yes?
Yeah, I think there's always two sides. It's true, no, Eileen? I think, and that's interesting. The Filipino language has no his or her pronouns, and it's generic, actually, which is great. I think at Cebu Pacific, we're conscious, though, that there's always two sides. The Filipinos, yes, accepting, no? But at the same time, as we have people who are expats who are working in the organization, we need to also make sure that as they join the organization, they are aware of cultural nuances in the organization. So aside from, say, the SOGI training that organization went through, expats who join the organization also undergo training, just so that they are more understanding of cultural nuances, and vice versa. I think what's important that we've done in the organization is really very basic. It is to keep the conversations going, right? The regular town halls, the respectful brick throwing, as we would call it. We have these styrofoam bricks in the organization where we use it to symbolize, really, if you don't agree with something, there is a respectful way to throw the brick or to challenge, right? I think the difficulty tends to be when we stop challenging because either you don't agree or you're afraid to challenge.
Yeah.
So it starts there in having those conversations. We have regular coffee talks with leaders and really continuing the engagement and committing to the change or the progress.
Gaurav, perhaps you want to share a tangible example of how any DEI initiative that you've had within IHCL has resulted in driving better business results by being more inclusive, or has helped you address the market needs better, something tangible.
So Aradhana, we're part of a larger group, like I said, which is into many sectors. One thing we realized that we couldn't do everything ourselves. We had an amazing platform in terms of understanding what the best practices across various sectors were. Just to quote one practice that we are adopting shortly, it's called NSHINE. N stands for neuro. It's a TCS practice, considered to be one of the better practices that we have in India, where you actually differentiate between neurological as well as cognitive capabilities. And then you accordingly train, retrain, and make people aware of these capabilities so that you can deploy the results at the shop floor level, and that's helped us a lot. The other thing, a couple of other practices which we are embarking on or have already taken part in. The other is called SHINE. Across the group, we've seen multiple women leaders who've really done extremely well. There is a formalized mentoring program for young potential to actually reach out to these ladies and be part of their journey going forward. So that's working very well for us. The other thing that we realized was that there were a lot of policies which were made by the Indian government. Implementation of those policies in totality
I'll come
was
to the
actually
government policies in a bit.
So we as a group are one of the very few which has recognized partners from the LGBTQ plus community, and we recognize them in our company, and we actually offer them the same benefits as others. So those in the Indian context are very large strides that we've taken.
Fantastic. I'm going to take this question from the audience, which I think is fascinating because I've always believed that money talks and bullshit walks. How important is investments to support any kind of DEI initiatives, right? Because otherwise, how can you make progress against DEI goals and how can you measure them? So how important is investments?
Well, two points. I think one of the investments is in education, how we can help people to reach a certain level of education that will be compatible with the needs of the industry. We are coming from airline industry. Basically, I spent a lot of years in the oil and after that in the airline side. And basically what we realized that is a lot of, let's say, talking about female side, they don't go to technical careers. And in an airline, you need engineers, you need people that deal with maintenance, we need people that can achieve high level in the organization, basically starting from these areas. That's why you need to invest, you need to have companies investing in this, that ladies can graduate from there, have opportunities in that way, that you can build the future. Yeah. That's the way that you can investments bring in the future to more diversity and inclusion on this area specifically. The other one that I would like to mention when you talk about people with disabilities, you know, how we can be prepared in the airport, in the airline sector to receive these people. That's why what we are doing in the kind of the regulatory framework, what kind of investments needs to be done in the way that you can bring these people to the airports, to the hotels and airlines in the way that they feel comfortable, the way that they don't feel an issue to be part of this work community and also to be users as well.
Aline, what about investments in Raja and what you see in the Philippines in general? Because really, diversity, equity, and inclusion is not just an HR task, right? It's, Candice and I were speaking, we are all managing people, so it can't just be, Gaurav, do excuse me, I know you had HR, but it's not just HR's responsibility, it's everybody's responsibility. What kind of investments are you seeing flow into solving DEI issues?
That's why, as I mentioned, we really invest a lot on the stewardship because our company is too small to make a difference. So the membership with WTTC is one. Having friends from here who have shared a lot of their knowledge. I think if John Sage is here, you know, it's another way to interact also. In terms of investments, I mean, WTTC has very difficult for us to invest in, but we do because we understand their goals as well. And having the like-minded people together helps us in our own companies, and then we also release it to the rest of our counterparts in the industry by having the Philippine Tourism Human Capital Development, and we translate it to that as well.
Gaurav, I would love to ask you, we have a lot of workforce which is actually diverse. Our sector is really diverse. Our problem is at the senior leadership. So how do we specifically target the senior leadership? Because DEI initiatives work especially well when it's top down from that perspective. You really need the buy-in of the senior leadership. And that's where we need to break the glass ceiling for all kinds of diversity. So what's your view?
So as far as, to answer your first question, as far as investment is concerned, we are now looking at technology to a large extent. It tends to do with a lot of biases, whether it's Compass, whether it's LE, whether it is interview.io, you name it. There are multiple platforms that are available. That tends to do away with the kind of biases that we encounter on a daily basis. The biggest one of them used to be this whole notion of cultural fit by senior leaders. That tends to get dispensed with if you have technology, the right kind of technology in place. The other, speaking to Candice, the other bias that we normally encounter is that you need to fill in the shoes of your boss, and your boss most of the time happens to be a male. So the behavior requisites to become the next boss does not need to stem out of that. So huge investment in terms of learning, development, keeping senior leaders within the organization aware is something that we need to really look into.
Candice, I'm going to ask you both questions. If you have any quick comments on investments.
Yeah.
And then I would love to also ask you, especially given Cebu has done some phenomenal work in really being inclusive with not just gender, but as you said, transgender cabin crew. How do you answer the meritocracy argument that for the right role, it has to be the right person, it doesn't matter what gender, it doesn't matter disabled, it doesn't matter LGBTQ, it has to be the right person? So what do you answer to that?
Yeah, very, very hard question. I think I'll start with the investment question, right? I think the biggest investment we can make for DEI is really time. Time and effort to make things equitable, recognizing that people from diverse backgrounds will have different starting points. And so that's first, and that's why we appreciate this session, right? The fact that we've allocated this session just to talk about this means it's important. But it has to go beyond that. It has to go beyond the first transgender crew. It has to go beyond our first female jet captain was with the airline as well. It's not about being first. It's really about cultivating an environment that encourages this as a normal practice, which is difficult because everybody's, again, starting from a different point. I think one of the things we've done is really engage with the stakeholders to help us make that change, because we recognize that we don't know what we don't know. So one of the things we've done, as an example, some years back, when we had an incident with a person with disability, was recognize that we have to do better. And one of the things we did was invested in, say, AVI ramps, right, for boarding of passengers. And it's just one small thing which came out of a recognition or an acknowledgement that to be more inclusive, we need to be cognizant of the needs of our different passengers. It's an investment, right? But people tend to think of investment as really just an investment in money.
Financial terms,
I think it's so much more than money. It's time and effort, because it does take time to make systemic changes and to have these conversations, right? As you've said, 187 years, 100, you know.
And they're not easy conversations to have.
Yes, and they're very difficult conversations because it tends to, it's a very polarizing one, right? Anything that's polarizing or binary will tend to have people angry and emotional, which is never really a good place to start when the objective is really to find common ground.
I'm going to take this question, which I think is brilliant. I would love all of you to name an organization, and ideally a leader, who you think is setting a great example by being diverse and inclusive, and you cannot name your own organization. Let's throw some spanner in the works. Why don't you all name an organization, a leader, and a government with some initiative that they have done, and please don't name your own governments, who you think are being really diverse and inclusive. Felipe, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think I would like to mention the Vansi group, that is the airport group. They have around 50% of the leadership team is female. That's why it's a good gender balance. That's, I think we agree that France has a strong legislation that allowed, I think, 40% of the groups or the 40% of the companies to have a 40% of the board gender balance. But we are talking about there is a global company. They are present in 22 countries, and I just mentioned Brazil. They nominated a lady to run all the airports in Brazil. That's a great opportunity. And how to mix that one country, one legislation from one country affect the others as well. That says affect the culture of the organization, and I think that's the good aspect that I would like to share.
Fantastic. Very good example. Aline.
Well, I don't want to go far here in WTTC, as I mentioned already. I think John can talk more, John Sage can also talk more about his particular sector and how he has been able to develop that. So.
Gaurav?
As far
but also,
as,
Eileen, WTTC, former CEO was a woman, Julia. I think we're doing a lot of good things, so that's a big nod to WTTC as well on gender diversity. Gaurav?
As far as private company is concerned, very interesting to see what Dove brand from Unilever has done. It's created a campaign called All on Us. 5,000 repository pictures in their repository, which anybody can access, and typically it tends to do away with the typical notion of what is beautiful. So I think that's tremendous amount of interesting work that has been done on that front. As far as the government is concerned, I think there's and I'm going to name my government because this is something that I know of. It's called the Indian Stack. It is largely a digital infrastructure which tends to provide an authenticated identity, paperless, personless, cash transactions, which has benefited a large number of people from rural India in 450 plus odd schemes, which the government runs. I think just last year they've been able to disperse money to the tune of, I think, $35,000 billion on account of this. So that's something which is truly very inspirational when you look at a government initiative aimed towards inclusion.
Any leader you would pick? You can't name Puneet Chhatwal. It has to be someone else.
No, yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, you still get to think.
I still get to think.
Yeah. I think, first of all, I don't think anybody gets it perfectly right now. This is a this is an evolving situation, and so it really is dependent on where you're at and where you need to go next. No? But I think personally, one of the organizations I do admire when it comes to DEI would be Google. I'm sure you talk to people within Google, they will say it's still not enough, right? I think, but one of the things, and the reason I love this practice is in its simplicity, which is the head of Google in the Philippines, at that time when I spoke to him, said that one of the simple practices they have to ensure diversity and providing equal opportunity is when they fill a position or when they're hiring for a position and they interview people for it, they actually don't start the interview process until there is enough representation in the candidate pool. It's simple, right? So
hold off interviewing till you have a diverse candidate pool.
Right, it starts there. And again, that takes time because it's going to, especially if it's a rush requirement, you just need the people there. But in this case, so if they're hiring, say, developers for a specific job, if all the candidates are male, then they don't kick off the process until such time that there's enough representation.
Any leader you want to name?
There's a lot out there, like authors and leaders, and I think there's a lot of content. It's really about committing to it and walking the talk, as you would say.
Talk is easy, it's true. I'm going to take this question, which I think is interesting. Do you think we need accountability by way of function? Do we need someone in charge of diversity, equity, inclusion measures? Do we need a head of diversity in organizations? And I want to extend that. We are now seeing ESG targets being put into short-term and long-term comp for CEOs and even boards. What do you think of the long-term incentive, or even the short-term, or even the bonus of the C-suite or the leadership being linked to how they deliver on D&I targets? Would that mean we see more action on the ground?
Yeah.
You're all CEOs. Good luck to you.
It's a difficult question, but I think what we need to change is change the culture of the organizations. That's why sometimes when you force something is not the best approach to do, but you need to be embedded in the culture that the people need to do the change. And you see basically in the schools, for example, and in my time was completely different than today. We have our kids asking us and correcting us in certain things that we are doing and saying. That's why I think that is the evolution that we need, and I think the organizations need to go in the same direction.
Eileen, on accountability, D&I expert roles, what is your view?
My view actually is to have systemic change, as was mentioned by Candice, but more on how we can really move it formationally, and that's where we need to go with this.
Right. Gaurav, because I saw you nod a big yes.
Yeah, so we've already...
Make the CEOs accountable.
Yeah, so we've already started actually working on this. ESG was the first stepping stone, followed by Pathya. And now we are investing in a lot of processes which ensure D&I is part of your performance assessment going forward. So that is a journey that everybody will have to start at some point in time. And we've gone out in the media and we've already announced our targets. So that is something that we really seriously working on.
We're running out of time. Candice, last
yes,
word.
for sure, important. We've started measuring ESG just 2 years ago. It's something we'll continue to track. And changes made in tiny tweaks. We've gone from 15 to 39. We know the benchmark globally is upwards of 70. Long way to go, but everyone has to start where they are, right?
Excellent. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, listening in, I think as businesses, as leaders, we need to acknowledge that this is an existential issue, and we have a responsibility and a power not just to shape our balance sheets, but also shape the world by what we are doing with everything D&I. Thank you for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you very, very much.
Just listening to that panel and looking at the representatives on the stage being interviewed, I just think it was very impressive to see the diversity in the geography, the diversity in gender, the diversity in ethnic background, just within that one panel. And as we look out in the room, we see that same kind of diversity here. And I want to just give a tribute to the World Travel Tourism Council, to Julia, to all of the people behind the scenes that put this summit together, for the amazing job they're doing representing diversity in every aspect of this program. So can we all just give them a round of applause for the amazing work that they have done as a team? Because I think we have definitely seen an evolution for those of us that are old-timers and have been coming to these summits for many, many years, an evolution towards much more diversity and inclusion in the WTTC and who is represented on the stage. So a real tribute to them. I have a chance now to host a hot seat that's going to dig a little deeper in one aspect of travel and tourism diversity and inclusion, and how the travel and tourism sector can create a more equitable system to address the representation of women in particular in leadership, and also address the opportunity gap and the pay gap that still persists in most parts of our industry and in the world. So please welcome my panel. We have some amazing people joining us now. We have Margarita Flores, who's a Filipino chef, restaurateur, and businesswoman. And by the way, how great has the food been, right, at all of our events? Amazing talent in the culinary area here. Also, Sandra Garcia San Juan, who's a destination marketing expert and president of the Starlight Festival and Foundation. And finally, Chantal Query, who's the Chief Cultural Officer for the Bicester Collection. Please join me up on the stage. So our chef is now in her business costume, not in her chef's costume, where many of us met her last night. You know, we heard a lot on the last panel, so I want to kind of build on this and you know, with all of your personal perspectives. I know in the United States that COVID-19 has had an adverse impact on women more so than men. I mean, it's been challenging for a lot of people. I mean, some people have been getting new jobs, promotions, but others, I think, feel hidden and not recognized, and those opportunities haven't come. And we've seen it in the U.S. more with women than with men. And so I'm just going to start with Margarita. Let me have you start as our host here. What has it been like in the Philippines? What has been the impact of COVID-19 on your industry, but even more deeply on women?
I think that for us in the Philippines, most especially because we're a very maternal society, and I think especially with the family unit, the female role of the mother is always, of course, she's the more protective one, the more nurturing one. So during COVID, with all the stressful situations, I think that maybe career was probably put a little bit on the side, and prioritizing the personal life and taking care of the family kind of became more of the priority. And I think that because of the role of the mother and the female being the nurturer and the person caring for everyone, I think that there was more of a hesitation to not come out and go to the workspace. So I think that was very challenging for us. But as the situation improved, I think that now it's a lot better.
Yeah. Chantal, let me have you tackle that. In the retail sector, sort of what did you see on a large scale as the impact on women?
Well, I would say that in general, the pandemic has had a drastic effect on women. When we look at it from you know, employment in retail, obviously, like many of the tourism sector, we've been closed during the pandemic, and you know, women lost jobs. I think that overall between hospitality and retail, 64 million women lost employment. What we have seen as well is, you know, home working has impacted women simply because, you know, they've had to balance work life and home life, and it hasn't been easy. They've had to manage children, they've had to keep them in education. And finally, what I would say is that it has impacted a lot on career progression and leadership, representation. I think that we haven't seen yet the true impact I think with many companies, thinking about flexible working, hybrid working, I think this is going to truly further impact the women representation. And
so a lagging effect as we see sort of, the domino effect of it. Sandra, tell us a little bit about the Starlight Foundation and Festival, and then what you've seen in your sector.
Yeah, we are a company specialized in creating content and generating a destination through the experiences. And in our sector, we see mostly the same as Chantal is saying, and as Margarita, that in this moment, the woman has had a very challenging position during the COVID, because the family depends a lot in the woman, so they had many times to take a step back to take care of the family and to keep the family together and to support their husbands and the children, and this we haven't seen the result yet of what will happen, but I hope we can balance it as soon as possible, because I think we are very enriching value for the projects and for the society and for and we need leadership, woman leadership. And actually, I don't think it should be like a fight or a competency one to the other, so that we should work together and be together, and the combination is what brings the balance and brings the stability.
Yeah. Even before COVID, if you looked at our industry, you could say, oh, we're a majority female industry. Retail is, culinary is, events and management is. But if you started to require, which was happening, companies to report at what levels those women were, and actually look at senior leadership, management level, director level, and then entry level positions, you saw a very different story. Why don't you each tackle that issue of sort of what we can be doing to ensure that women continue to have progress in the senior executive levels of our industry?
No, I think if we see the hospitality world and the airlines world, and in the top 10 companies worldwide, there is almost nearly not CEOs, women CEOs in these companies, and I think it's a shame, because I think really that we could give another view and another, we can add a lot, we enrich a lot with other perspective to the, we can bring a lot to the companies. Actually, in my own company, we are more women than men. And this is not because we choose it has to be woman. It's because of what you were talking in the previous panel. It's also a matter of when you are doing the selection, to bring enough and to bring diversity and to give opportunities to everybody. And I think it's very important also the role of women and the leadership of women, because it's half of the world. So, and it should be represent in a balanced way, because at the end, I think we are super responsible. We really focus, and we can do many things at the same time, but we are very demanding with ourselves. I mean, the challenge we put to ourselves are amazing, and because we never had the chance, we always looking to prove and to show how much and how good we can do it. And this is an amazing opportunity for the companies, the results that we could bring. No?
Margarita, you walk into most restaurants and you see a beautiful hostess to greet you, right. But not so often do you see the top chef and the owner of the restaurant or restaurants, a woman. Tell us kind of what you think we can be doing in the restaurant world, culinary, to really make sure that women have those top positions.
Well,
actually our industry today is, I mean, gender-wise, I mean, there are a lot more women now who are, you know, in big roles in the industry. Unlike maybe 35 years ago when I started, it was totally male-driven. I had never been into a hotel kitchen in my life because everybody there was male. But today, it's very different. And if you look at, for example, modesty aside, the Asia's Best Award for the world's best restaurant awards group to have to give a distinction for the best female award rather than why not just best chef. It was a move on their part actually to be able to acknowledge at least the women in the industry, because then most of the restaurant owners were male. So a lot of people were saying, but that's so like, why is it, you know, so partial, and why do you have to distinguish the female? But I think that it was a step forward. It helped really put the spotlight on the female chef. So, like, for example, last night we were 13 chefs there, and I failed to mention it in my speech that 6 out of 7 were actually female cooking for you last night. So
wow.
That's nearly half. And I think that it says a lot about how our industry now really, you know, honors women, and they're just as active. And I think with the industry, what has happened is that really celebrating the strengths of each gender has made the industry so much more inclusive. So, you know, the women do certain things better than the men, and the men do certain things better than the women. So it's made actually the environment in the F&B industry so much more really just inclusive and celebrating both.
Yeah, and as you said in your career, you've seen that change quite a bit.
Yes.
I know retail has changed a lot. It used to amaze me that women designer labels were headed by men, you know, and the designers were men, and the head of the big shopping departments were men, and the head of the shopping malls were men. But that's changing quite a bit too, isn't it?
It is actually. Well, first of all, a big salamat to you and to all these women. It's true testament of what we can achieve. I actually don't think that there is any industry or any company that has the magic formula. I think it's an ongoing commitment. The companies that truly are working towards something more sustainable are those who have diversity and inclusion truly embedded in their DNA and in their core values, and also at every touch point of their employee experience. So the Bicester collection, we are indeed shopping tourism destinations, and we have 60% of our employees are women. 50% of our global advisory board is made of women. But that's because since our day one, 27 years ago, diversity has been non-negotiable. It's coming from every part of our business, and it is a leadership commitment. Do we have the magic formula? No, but some of the things that we do that have helped us achieve this diversity. One is recruitment. I mean, everyone that we work with, recruiter, have to embrace the way we work, our culture, and empowering women. We recruit rising executive, MBAs or young graduates, and we invest in them. Those women are going to become our future leaders. Policies and data, policies that are really empowering women in their life cycle in the company, and also, data that helps us readjust, reinvent. So be it in compensation, be it in promotions, etc. Something else that we're very focused on is training. So in addition to all the training that we do, we have 2 specific leadership development training for our leaders, and we apply the same thing for our rising managers. We call them Lead to Win and Manage to Win. They are the next generation, and we invest in them. Something that we're very focused on top of mentorship is reverse mentorship. We have to learn from that younger generation. So for us, that's super important. Also, something that I think is critical in supporting career progress for women is, we call it My Story. We live in a storytelling world. So we ask every single employee of ours to tell us what do they want their story at the Bicester Collection to be. And we work with them to make that happen. Some people don't want to become in leadership position, but it helps us really care, understand, and act. And finally, if I may, we have a do-good, our commitment to social impact is important, and we focus on unlocking futures for women in our company and globally.
Yeah. So you mentioned data, and we know with all aspects of sustainability, if you don't measure it, you're not going to be able to change it, improve it, make progress. Where do you think the pressure comes from? I mean, certainly leadership that bakes diversity and inclusion and opportunities for women to rise into the DNA of a company makes a big difference. But do you think we need quotas? Do you think we need, measurement tracks that actually, and commitments to progress within various levels of a company? Do you think the pressure comes externally now from the customer that is looking to see themselves in a company? Tell me where you think that, what we need to be doing to make sure it actually does happen.
I think, I don't believe so much in quotes. I believe much in what Chantal was saying. It's a philosophy, or what Margarita is saying. It's something that is part of the A&D of the company, and it's not a confrontation. It's a way of really believing that it makes a big difference. This balance of women and men, because we are very different, and what men are very good at, we are not so good at, but we can be much better in other skills. So, and the combination is what makes it happen. I mean, when you have to force how do you say?
A quota.
Exactly. When you have to force quotas, that is because the philosophy of the company and people don't really believe in that, and it has to be forced, putting like these rules that at the end doesn't work that well. I think it has to be more natural, and choose the best leaders and give the opportunities to the women to show they can do their best, and they can be the elected ones for these roles.
Yeah, Margarita, what do you think? Do you think you need that regular measurement, reporting, and then evaluating your success towards goals?
Yeah, well, I think that really a clear sort of awareness and a deliberate sort of decision to balance the employment opportunities, let's say, and the chance for women to advance in the organization. It really needs, like you said, to be in the DNA of the company. At the same time, I guess meritocracy should be really foremost what decides, who gets the job regardless of gender. And I'm happy that in our industry, for example, just like I think travel and tourism, it is kind of 50-50 now. And I think that women in leadership as well are not as spare as in the past. It's really, I think the world has changed so much. And people see that really an even representation works out much better, because then the energy of an organization is better when it's the two that work together.
Chantal, do you measure and then set goals in different categories? As a big company, how does the Bicester Group do it?
What gets measured gets done.
Yep.
So listen, it's not a tick box exercise. It's really needs to be embedded in the mindset of the business. But indeed, it does help. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that every single employee in a business, be it a woman or a man, they're seeking the same thing: a sense of belonging, and purpose. And I think that by looking at every touch point in your organization to be able to achieve that, that's really the leadership commitment. In fact, I mean, obviously we are in the retail industry. We focus on engaging the 5 senses of the 45 million guests that come and visit our villages in Europe, China, and soon the US. And we apply that methodology of engaging 5 senses to our own employees. Sense of purpose, sense of belonging, sense of growth, sense of inspiration, and sense of fun. So when I see that it's more fun in the Philippines, I think this is absolutely the correct way to look at it.
The pay gap persists. It's gotten better as well, but very slow progress there. And it hasn't been until a lot of companies were forced to disclose the pay differential between men and women in senior management that even companies realized that the gap persisted as much as it did. What are some strategies that we can do to accelerate the closure of the pay gap?
I mean, of course, I think there must be a salary for each position. No matter if it's a woman or man, if you got this position, you get what is fixed or what is agreed previously for this position. And then it shouldn't, I mean, then it's something natural and it should be, I mean, no question about that.
Why do I believe that some of the top male chefs of the world make a lot more money than the top female chefs?
Well, yeah, that's been a real sort of persistent reality in our industry. But the more now that there are female chefs who are owners of the restaurants, then I think that's changing. There's a little bit more that we need to do in our industry, if you notice. But I think as long as we women persist and just continue to really just get out there, I think that's going to help change the situation. It's changing.
Yeah.
It's changing.
Chantal, do you believe in companies having to disclose and actually report on sort of salary differentials?
I believe that transparency helps move things forward. I think the fact that in some countries you have to now disclose it has helped companies actually focus on it. I think as well that women in general don't feel, and I can see it with a lot of our young rising executives, don't feel comfortable talking about salary, compensation, bonus. And I also think, I mean, we do it in the business to help them, you know, express themselves. I mean, we in our business, we have that commitment definitely for you know, that gender pay gap. So I think it helps to have that
you know, a lot of it is asking for the salary, and more and more at business schools, and even some companies are coaching women on how to ask for the bump up, right?
Absolutely.
So, you know, whether it's on a corporate board for a big company or it's in the senior management, there is a kind of a tendency in the past to do window dressing. I kind of use, from your, Chantal, your industry, the window dressing, what looks so beautiful in the store window, as we moved women and minorities into top positions where they had the title, but maybe not the agency that was required to do the job. Maybe not the hands-on operational roles, but more could be a human resources role or a public relations role or something. How do we make sure that we give women equal access in and agency in the spaces in which we are moving them? You want to tackle that, Chantal, again?
Sure. There's something that...
Not just putting them on a panel to talk about diversity and how well their companies are doing, but actually giving them the power within the companies.
Okay, I just want to focus on one point that actually is going to impact and ensure gender equality and representation. I think there are some critical grassroots issues that need to be addressed so that globally we are able to achieve gender equality. I'm going to give you some key facts. 130 million girls do not have access to education. Every year, we have about 12 million young girls forced into marriage. That's 23 girls every minute. So by the end of this panel, that is 30 minutes, 690 girls would have been made child brides. And here we are talking about gender equality, representation in C-suite, when at the core there are some grassroots issues that do not equip girls to be fulfilled. I mean, child marriage is something I'm very an advocate of. I'm the CEO and founder of a social enterprise that's focused on ending child marriage, and I believe it is a critical thing to address, and there are ways to address it. Number one, quality education. Quality education for girls wherever they are born. Protective laws. Today, there are laws that are not protecting young girls. And thirdly, education for communities and boys. I mean, just to give you an example, in the UK until recently, the minimum age of marriage was 16. We've advocated for it, and the legislation is changing to 18. Spain, for example, is still 16. So there are over 60 countries worldwide that don't have a minimum age of marriage. And actually, I want to commend the Philippines, because the minimum age of marriage is 18, actually between 18 and 21 with parental consent. And what the Philippines has done just in January of this year is to pass the prohibition law on child marriage, making it a crime. I think this is true leadership in terms of how we can equip young girls to really become the fulfilled women that we need, and to be the next C-suite women on, you know.
That's great, yeah. Because if they are getting married at that age, they are not going to college,
Exactly.
which
Absolutely
is
not.
So they're out of the game when it comes to really moving up in careers. Margarita, any other policies that you think we should be pursuing, advocating for, that are going to enhance women's upward mobility?
Well, I think that, for one, in my industry, the students that are in school for F&B, there are actually more women than men that start out in the hospitality schools. They graduate, but not as many of them are hired. So I think that there really needs to be an awareness for, for the owners of the businesses in the industry to really give women more opportunity and hire them based on merit, and also try to create an environment where it's more balanced. And like you said, it's true, the Filipino women now don't get married so early. There are many of them that decide to stay single up to their 30s, etc. And that's a good thing for us. There are many of them that are so entrepreneurial that they just decide that they just want to focus on work. And I think that that's the kind of sort of energy and orientation that those of us business owners need to nurture with the people that we hire.
Do you believe there are policies that would advance women further than where we are today? How important is role modeling? I mean, because I think that's made a big difference as young girls take a look at what they think they can be when they grow up.
Absolutely. I think what Chantal was saying is very, very important. It's not just a matter of the companies. It all starts when they are young. It starts the life they choose. It starts the education, their parents. I mean, it's so important. The men you choose to share your life is super important, because at the end, if you share a person that that understands that and gives you the opportunity to grow and support you, you will have the opportunity to lead a company and to be in a certain position. But if you have a man demanding that expect you and don't share the responsibilities of the house and the family, then it's impossible, because then you have such a pressure in your private life that at the end, many of these women leave work for a second space and don't really take the challenge of becoming the potential they can be and be the leader, and take the role of the leadership woman they can be.
Yeah, Margarita, just any final thoughts or you know, your sense about whether this issue is high enough on the radar of policymakers, senior people in government, senior leadership in business, or do we need more training to and more conversations like this to keep it
no, I think
visible?
that for one, I mean, in the Philippines, you know, we're such a matriarchal society. We've had 2 female presidents, so that's a good thing. And I just feel that really kind of like emphasizing and celebrating the strength of the woman. I mean, I'd like to say that we have an edge over you men, so sorry. You've never experienced childbirth. It's something that only we know. So I think that really it's kind of like emphasizing on that kind of the woman's durability, really, and our ability to, our threshold for pain, and etc. And I think that kind of awareness in the industry will be a big help.
I'm going to give you the final word, Chantal. Is this high enough on the radar? Is the visibility, you know, where it needs to be, or does the drumbeat continue to need to?
I think it's an ongoing, needs ongoing focus. Actually, last night when we were in the convention center, I saw a reference. There was a podium with Mother Teresa on it, and it reminded me on something she said. Not everyone can do great things, but everyone can do small. Everyone can do small things with great love. And I think that is, if each one of us do one small thing, and today actually is Earth Day, by the way, so happy Earth Day for you. And the theme, the global theme of Earth Day is investing in our planet, and that's our people, our planet. So we have a commitment to build something that is truly unique for the next generation of women and men. Thank you.
So thank you, Chantal Query, Sandra Garcia San Juan, and Margarita Flores. Just wonderful to be with you here on the stage. Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think we have a final panel for you now. And this is your last chance to ask questions via the app and the virtual platform. More travelers than ever are interested in what we call philan-tourism, philanthropy and tourism. And the question is, how can the private and public sector better collaborate with local communities to deliver really enriching experiences for everybody involved? It's my pleasure to welcome back to the stage Arnie Weissman, the editor-in-chief of Travel Weekly, and he has a great panel for you.
Hello, everybody, again, and welcome to the last panel of the communities at the core message. When you think about, in response to rising traveler demand for experiences that are true to a destination's culture, the travel industry has for more than a decade embraced the term authenticity. But often what passes for authenticity is created without first establishing a relationship or soliciting meaningful input from the members of the community being showcased. So can the industry, through more equitable engagement with local communities, actually convert the term authenticity from a marketing buzzword into an operating philosophy. So my panelists have broad experience in working with local communities, from helping street children in Southeast Asia to partnering with community organizations in the Lux capitals of Italy. They're here to share how, through community engagement, we can become better partners in destination stewardship while also providing meaningful and truly authentic experiences for travelers. So, joining me now, to my far right, is Guillaume Landry, the Executive Director of ECPAT International, Andrea Grisdale, Chief Executive Officer of IC Bellagio, and coming in over my shoulder, Fawaz Farouqi, Managing Director of Cruise Saudi, which is a private company but owned by the government of Saudi Arabia. So welcome everybody, and thank you for joining us. Guillaume, I'm going to start with you. So you have a lot of experience working in developing countries. First of all, if you could tell us a little bit about what ECPAT does, and then also from your experiences, talk about some of the foundational elements that travel companies need to keep in mind when they interact with host cultures.
Thank you. ECPAT International is the largest international network of civil society organizations present in over 100 countries in the world combating sexual exploitation of children. When it comes to travel and tourism, it's been a pillar of our actions for decades, and ECPAT is at the origin of a code of conduct that over 400 companies have signed to engage, to commit in the way they design their business model so that it's protective to children, and that preventing sexual exploitation of children in their business model is at the core of their vision of how tourism should be. So in that way, what we've been doing, and what is the challenge at the moment, is in this sort of re-energizing the business, the tourism and travel industries, to make sure that the protection of children is really at the heart of the way we engage with the communities. And I think that the evolution of the industry, trying to get closer to the people, decentralizing the accommodation industry, trying to get the experience closer to the culture, to the nature, and all of that, comes with formidable opportunity for children and for communities in general. But it also comes with risks. What do we do about those risks? And it's a challenge at the moment that the subject matter might appear taboo, and for that reason, we might want to sort of move it a little bit outside of the spectrum of our attention. But it's important, the discussion is positive. It's not about sort of describing all the terrible things that can happen to children. It's what do we do about it? And as such, that's why ECPAT has developed a series of tools, and the leadership of the World Travel and Tourism Council is amazing in that regard, having a task force on trafficking for children for quite a long period of time. And yesterday we saw with the sustainability, the 12 criteria, an entire pillar in how we invest in people, because it is part of the way we need to examine the travel and tourism industry today.
And I know that in the past, various companies in travel, I recall particularly Marilyn Carlson Nelson and the Carlson companies became deeply involved in the issues that you're involved with. Are some of the other private companies, so there's WTTC is involved. Have you seen other examples where travel and tourism countries have stepped up to address the issues?
Absolutely. I mean, there's been for decades champion on this, and we must commend many of those industries being in the room today or online. And for that matter, it's important to show that it's possible. It's not necessarily complicated. And I would even dare to say most of the time, it's not very costly either. It's about the approach. And so in terms of the state, for instance, I would really sort of look into Latin America, where Peru, Colombia, Costa Rica, for instance, have adopted regulation and principles so that they harmonize a certain standardization in their industry So that means that all the business, big or small, must be accountable. They must take the steps to make sure that the image, the branding of the country is important, and the way that this development in the tourism and travel sector is made so that it is not misused by people to exploit children is something that the state care about and want to engage all the industry in a response that is coherent. So there are really a lot of model checklists, different tools available to facilitate that process of identifying the risks and then focusing on the how to address them.
So, Andrea, you run a very high-end inbound DMC receptive operation headquartered in Bellagio on Lake Como. Most people don't tend to think of the community of Lake Como and the other affluent destinations that you go to as having potentially an unequal relationship with the travel industry. But we have seen relationships sour between communities and the travel industry as a result of over-tourism, other examples where tourists maybe aren't behaving in ways that that communities would like. So what do you do to minimize any possible negative impact of tourism on the local cultures that you feature?
So first of all, Annie, I think where there is any bad, there is opportunity. With over-tourism that you so rightly mentioned, it was definitely a challenge that we were facing in 2019, and I believe it's a challenge we will face this year, which after the last 2 years could be described as a good problem to have. But seriously, I think, operationally, the quick answer is we would relook at our product immediately and, how do we reposition the product? How do we reinvent the destinations that we're proposing to our guests? The timings when we take guests to the major sites and where we know other people are going to be there. We're also looking at extending into the lesser known regions of Italy and actually, developing those regions and proposing them to our guests. And of course, low season travel. Low season travel is a huge opportunity for us all. But I think hand in hand goes with this, we need the trust of the community. Tourism has to be positive for everyone, not just for the people who are visiting. So first of all, we need to be out there, we need to be talking to the locals, we need to be explaining what we're doing, we need them to be on board with our purpose. We all need to be rowing in the same direction, at the same rhythm, at the same time. And I think first we get the trust, then we start with the communication, and from there, we can then create even more amazing experiences for our guests.
I'm going to follow up with that because particularly with upscale travelers, they have paid a lot of money and they often have a sense of entitlement that it isn't necessarily for you to tell them how to interact with the places that they're visiting. So how do you communicate to your guests to make sure that they're sensitive to host culture concerns?
Again, I think it's all about opportunity, and we start by setting expectations. We believe strongly in education and educating our guests of all the amazing experiences that they can enjoy in our country. We also love to preempt the trip and offer a virtual Italian lesson with one of our guides. And it's not just about learning a few words in Italian, it's also about introducing them to the local culture. Again, setting expectations. Don't expect to go for dinner before 7 o'clock in Italy because our restaurants, they don't open for dinner before then. But really just explaining to the guests what to expect. Just quite simply what we do at the other end of the spectrum with the local people. What does the international guest expect? What is the expectation when they do come here? And just going back to education, really. Making sure everybody is as fully informed as possible to give them the very best experience.
Okay. Fawaz, how are you? Out in Saudi Arabia? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. We can hear you too. So Saudi Arabia is another country that is not associated with poverty. It has very ambitious plans as regards tourism. How is the country taking local communities into consideration as it builds a tourism economy? And does Cruise Saudi in particular have a role to play?
Very well. And, as you can see, the spirit of authenticity, I'm wearing my national dress here. And to go back to the question, Saudi Arabia has been very keen on inclusion and engaging the local communities at all levels. Let me start with our tourism projects, or what we call giga projects, such as NEOM, the Red Sea Development, and Al-Ula, which includes a UNESCO World Heritage Site. At each one of these tourism development projects, we have created multiple programs for the local communities, especially women. These programs range from vocational programs to global and domestic scholarships to on-job training and many job creation programs. To be more specific on scholarship programs, for example, each one of these projects have identified certain fields, majors or specialities, and they fund hundreds of students of local communities to study and come back with a guaranteed job. To give you another example, Al-Ula has partnered with Ferrandi Culinary Academy in Paris and have been sending locals from Al-Ula region to study and train at Ferrandi in Paris to work and come back to Al-Ula to work as chefs or sous chefs. The program started in 2019 and with a batch of 24 students, around half of them were women. Let me give you another example on job creation. So in Al-Ula we needed a new civic force to increase awareness of the importance and to protect the local cultural and natural heritage sites. This program was called Hammaya, and it created 2,500 jobs to start with for the local community. So these were the local programs. Let's take it a step up to the global level. During our G20 presidency, Saudi Arabia took this to the global level when, in partnership with the UN WTO, we developed the Al-Ula framework for inclusive community development, and it was included in the final communique of the G20 Ministers of Tourism. Now come to the other question which you mentioned, if Cruise Saudi has a role to play in this. I'd say definitely yes. And I'll just give you one example. So early last year when I was preparing to receive the first cruise passengers or the first international cruise passengers to Saudi, I went around the coast to see how ready our small towns are to receive these passengers. And I went to a small town of Al-Wajh, which is 600 kilometers north of Jeddah. It's a small town of around 30,000 people. And I asked my team to find me a local tour guide. And to my surprise, this local tour guide was a lady from Al-Wajh who spoke really good English. She was in her early 40s. And I asked her, how did you learn English? And she said, 20 years ago when my husband went to the US to study, I was there and I studied English with him. But I have she had 2 kids, and both of her children in their early 20s, they left town to bigger cities to find jobs to work at. And she knew the area inside out. And let me tell you, when we received the first passengers to Al-Wajh in September 2021, she was the first lady with a group of 7 other ladies from the region to take them around and show them the town of Al-Wajh.
That sounds great. We had earlier, Kathleen had mentioned philanthropic tourism. Earlier today, we heard about regenerative tourism, and voluntourism has been around for a little while right now. All are on the rise still, and an increasing number of travelers want not only to do no harm, but actively seek to leave the destination in a better place than it was before they arrived. But Guillaume, I think you probably know that there are some well-intentioned visitors who end up falling prey to some unscrupulous people who will, for instance, set up an orphanage. And I know this is a problem in Cambodia, in Kenya, maybe some other places, to attract and exploit not only children, but also the travelers who are coming to thinking that they're doing something very good when they go there. What have you observed about, I guess we could call it the underbelly of travel and tourism, and what can be done about it?
Yeah, I think first we need to acknowledge the incredible potential of volunteerism. It's a trend that must be followed. It gives a sense of purpose. We talked about authenticity, so it's very important to connect leisure with a sense of added value to the communities we visit. So it's full of potential, and children can benefit from it. But let's be very clear about it. Children are not a tourist attraction. It's as simple as that. So when you think of your own children, would we accept that people come and go and hug them and take photo and leave after 2 weeks and without sort of notice, background check? It doesn't make sense. So in all the different areas of possibilities and engaging and finding meaning to this experience of travel, we should be careful and eliminating the options that would send people to direct service provision in orphanages, in school, in daycare centers. This is not the place where we want to have tourists coming on board. And if people are interested in helping children, there are so many ways, but it is not in going in direct contact, especially in orphanages where you have children who have experienced complex journey, let's say it that way, which include, for instance, having been neglected, and having more people coming and going in their life is not beneficial to them. So the do no harm principle is very important, and good intentions are just not sufficient. So there are clear guidelines as to say how we can enhance volunteerism, but doing it in a way that is helpful and protectful for children, which includes, for instance, Interpol as a green notice system. Are we doing background checks? Are we sort of making sure that the people that are coming are truly with good intention? And we have a system to monitor this a little bit. Great example from the Philippines, who have a coordination agency to trying to sort of channel and frame this great loads of goodwill from people wanting to contribute and come over, but doing it in a way that it makes sense and respectful of what is indigenous and what is going on. So really sort of being careful at making sure that the designing of those approaches are done in a way that is protecting children, and the role of government as well in making sure that we're not allowing every single opportunity. People might be very attracted. I mean, it's cute to work with children, and people will like that experience per se, but it's not just good enough because people are attracted to such activity to say, let's just go for it. So there's a sense of responsibility in that sector that is needed.
And the responsibility on the parts of people in this room who send people abroad to make sure, A, they're not engaging with these sorts of companies, but also if they aren't with them and escorting them, to let them know what some of these guidelines might be. So, Andrea, you're engaged with some nonprofits. You support them with your businesses within the communities that you operate. If you wouldn't mind, tell us a little bit about your engagement with, and I'm going to really butcher this, Collaggiamenti and Cani Guida Limbiate.
Okay. So Annie, one of our core values is we do the right thing. And we do the right thing both with the local communities, but also, we always want tourism to be positive. We all know it's a driver for peace, but it's also a great way to educate, right, as well, and to do good. And so we've always been out there looking at what are the opportunities, how can we better our clients' experience? Because at the end of the day, when we are also looking at client feedback about their trip, no one is ever talking about their marble bathroom. It's always about that person or that experience. Our tagline, it's all about the people, and it truly is. So taking that one step further, how can we enhance the client experience and do good as well at the same time? And so we've been out there looking at associations and organizations who perhaps could need a hand, who would very much welcome us, similar situation. It has to be good for everyone, that my friend here just mentioned. It has to be positive. How can we give our guests access to local people? Maybe also financially support those organizations at the same time and enhance the experience. So Collaggiamenti is actually an association, a non-profit that was set up to help autistic people through art therapy. And our guests actually go along and have painting lessons with some of the artists, and they're able to take a step inside their world. And great friendships have come out of it, long-lasting friendships, and it's really been a win-win. for everyone. The other charity that you mentioned is quite similar to Guide Dogs for the Blind. So many of our guests, I have 3 Labradors, many people, they follow me and they follow my dogs more than they probably follow me actually. But you know, they talk so much about the dogs, and it's, would you like access? Would you be interested in going to such an organization and seeing the work they do? We would love that. You know, people are not coming halfway across the world to find what they have back home. Let me do something different. Let me meet new people. Let me have a new experience. And so often they want to participate in assisting these associations. So it's always been a win-win. It's been great for the association. It's been great for the local people, and we've given immense client satisfaction.
That's great. And Fawaz, you had mentioned that you are training a lot of the people in the areas where you're bringing tourism. Can you think of an example where the local communities brought something forward to you that became incorporated in the tourism offerings?
There was one very interesting program in the Medina region which we haven't considered before. This was a group of 14 ladies coming up to us and saying, look, this is the first time cruise passengers are coming to Medina region. We would like to take them on a tour of our houses and sort of take them to do, meet our families, taste the food and savor the delicacies of the local food, and also understand the culture inside out. And then we worked with, so we did a pilot program for a few trips, and it was highly successful and highly rated. So we worked with the Ministry of Tourism to create a network for the ladies in that region. Now it's no longer only ladies, but the ladies were the ones who started it. So cruise passengers can be grouped with these ladies, and they can take them around to their houses and their local communities.
It sounds interesting, and a way to get a little deeper into the culture versus some other sorts of shore excursions, for sure. We have a question from the audience, from the virtual audience. How can we mobilize travelers to help improve the quality of life for local communities in a meaningful way without being patronizing? So, does anybody want to take a shot at that?
I can go at it. I think it's a very important question. It's all about, the approach, the subtlety. I think we need to be humble in our ways of approaching going abroad and positioning ourselves as we're the one to learn what's going on in that community, the culture, the dynamics, or things like that. And oftentimes travel is short, so our ability to contribute must be recognized, but also being realistic about the expectations we can have with that contribution. So that's the part where we need to sort of not necessarily come in with a very colonial perspective where we're going to, solve their problem as if they were just waiting for us to arrive, but it's to say that it's an exchange, right? And so the approach is fundamental in making sure that it goes both ways. And I think that's an area where we need to sort of making sure that the framework, the preparation, it comes from the companies sending people at the origin, the way we sort of welcome people when they arrive, and the way we frame this experience, all the way, this needs to be sort of opening the mindset for that exchange of experience.
Mm-hmm. You had mentioned earlier, Guillaume, about how in some instances governments, and I assume you might mean tourist boards, are not very anxious to have you address and even talk about what they're doing to address problems. But what other roles, and maybe you can give us some examples of what governments have done that have been very positive to help and further the causes that you're promoting, and what maybe governments have done that is either neglectful or even works against what you're doing?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of different ways to make it happen. Example from Vietnam, for instance. So it's tourism schools where young people, they're still sort of adolescents, are learning the crafts of being involved in different roles in the tourism industry. And as part of that training, are we able to raise the discussion about the risks, about child protection, about the responsibility of those working in that industry, and how empowering it was for those young professionals to sort of go about and influence their peers and creating a shift in the way sort of the older generation of people that were working on that trade have not necessarily so forth taking into account how the travel and tourism industry is moving so rapidly. So, you know, having that conversation between generations is also very interesting. Another example is in India, when with our ECPAT member there, you train over a period of time staff working in the hotel, in the resorts, in the transport industry, in the airport. And in the training, it's not just so much to tell them all the bad things that can happen, but focusing on the what to do. What to recognize, simple things you can handle that will make a difference. People working in the industry should not become police officers or social workers, but they can be the critical referral of cases. And it led concretely to people doing their part and stopping those who were misusing the industry for exploiting children and leading to prosecution and all of that. So it's a very positive sort of story, empowering. We were yesterday discussing the sense of purpose that the labor involved in the tourism industry is seeking as well. So connecting that workforce in a meaningful way so that their work is also protective and positive for the community is a way to go. Maybe a last example I would mention is in Dominican Republic with our ECPAT member then Mais, who is formidable experience for several decades in that sector as well. So it's not just the staff in the industry, but it is also the communities that are reached and build ties with the industry, and they feel that when things may turn back, they trust the industry to respond. There's a partnership, they're part of the deal. So if the community is to offer an experience to those travelers, it means that when things may not go so well, they can work with that industry, report cases, and again, it is the community who sort of identifies situations that were not adequate and actions were rapidly taken. So really that dialogue in putting the people there together as part of the solution is really critical.
Yeah. Andrea, you told me that you had recently come across some examples in Canada and New Zealand that fit in very much with the idea of connecting to the community and having a positive result. Would you mind sharing those with us?
Absolutely. So the first one I should mention is New Zealand. Our dear friends at Southern Crossings. They actually work with many of their lodges and a TV company to put together a TV series called Lap of Luxury. And it's all about telling the story behind the people in the beautiful lodges of New Zealand. Originally, they worked a lot with the domestic market, and it was really about also encouraging the people from New Zealand to understand what they have in their backyard, you know, those beautiful jewels that they have in that corner of paradise. But also, it's all about the storytelling. We keep hearing that over and over again over the last 2 days, the storytelling, the people's stories. And as they went through the lodges and took the journey through New Zealand, it was all about the people who make the lodges work and telling their backstory. And I think it's all reflective about wherever you go in the world, everybody wants to hear stories of local people, the authentic stories, how they live, where they grew up, what are their challenges, and really make that connection. And this series was hugely successful. Whereas in Canada, our friends at Entree Destinations, they actually teamed up with the public sector and they created a series called Stories of Canada, and they went through all of the different areas of the country, actually telling the story of the history of the indigenous people. And in many ways, he mentioned to me that through allowing these people to tell their stories, it was almost healing for the local people as well. And it's just had great success with those interested in visiting Canada. So it's a win-win for everyone out there. And as always, you know, tourism can be so positive across the board.
Yeah. Fawaz, have you heard of any examples that seem very inspiring to you along these lines that maybe you weren't directly involved in, but hearing them really gave you some inspiration?
Yeah, so initially we were not open, or we thought taking cruise passengers to the smaller towns of Saudi Arabia across the Red Sea coast might not be interesting, so we were initially limited to the bigger cities like Jeddah, Yanbu, and what have you. So until I went to Iceland, And I went to Iceland, and on a 10-day cruise trip, which I thought I'm going to be, dead bored in that tour. But then they used to take us to these small towns of 600 people, 140 people, an island of only 3 inhabitants, the owner, his wife, and his 5-year-old son. And the stories that they created, the experiences, and like Andrea was mentioning, the storytelling and the myths and the stories were just amazing. So I've decided, once I came back from Iceland, to put a task force to start going to these small towns in Saudi Arabia and go and create these stories and experiences. And it was on one of these trips where I went to this small town of Ulwaj and met that lady that I just talked to you about.
All right. And Guillaume, are there other organizations maybe that you've seen examples of things that they were doing that you found inspirational and maybe impacted your thinking on this?
Yeah, I think what's interesting now is also seeing the complexity, but the richness of how the travel and tourism industry is evolving, so that you're getting sort of connections between communities, between ecosystem, environment, and the sustainability aspect of things, and how you see children not just, it's important to recognize the risks that they might encounter with the development of such models, but also as actor in that experience of tourism. So when you're looking at children benefiting from better conditions because of the economic development, when you're looking at children benefiting from the environment where we're careful about the way we look at sustainability from that point of view, when you're looking at vocational training, a perspective for future, for skills, and all this development there, it's quite promising. And so this way of seeing also children as actor in the development, that we can engage in the conversation, and their views is about identifying the risks that they see, but also the potentiality, is really enriching the experience and is making ultimately the experience of tourists much richer. I found really interesting in Costa Rica the experience of association of surfers, young people who feel generally a bit sort of disconnected. They're sort of, stereotyped as being sort of outside a little bit of the mainstream society, and being empowered in sort of being perceived as actors who can do something about the social norms of tolerance towards sexual exploitation, and being able to report and being considered serious actor in the tourist industry was such an empowering process that on their own, without financial support or anything, they went to other communities, convincing other surfer associations to embark, and then influencing that movement that people should expect a lot of good things about tourism, and when things turn bad, let's deal with it together. So that is really inspirational to me.
Yeah. Now, Fawaz, Guillaume just mentioned the environment as being part of the community and being part of the connection that travel and tourism very often has involvement with. It can be such a critical part of a community, both in terms of a resource, the nature around them, a spiritual resource in other ways. Is enough attention being paid to this aspect in the travel community, and can you think of a way that in Saudi Arabia, governments and communities have worked together to make sure that there is a minimum of disruption, if disruption at all?
Yes, so in Saudi Arabia, the government is much more advanced in sustainability and environmental protection. And at the national level, Saudi Arabia has launched the Saudi Green Initiative that brings together environmental protection, energy transformation, and sustainability programs to work towards 3 overarching targets. Number 1, reducing emissions. Number 2, greening Saudi. And number 3, protecting land and sea. And under each one of these targets, we have specific KPIs. So let me give you an example in our area, which is protecting land and sea. So right now, nearly 16% of all Saudi Arabia's land and sea is under protection, and we want to reach or increase that target to up to 30%. So this is at the government level, setting targets and setting high ambitions. Now, a privately developed company or a private company such as, or a development company like the Red Sea Development Project, which we consider to be the world's most ambitious tourism regenerative project, that includes more than 19 pristine islands. It takes these goals and aligns them with the overall Green Saudi Initiative and puts goals on itself. So, for example, it has, so in the Red Sea Tourism Project, they want to be 100% reliant on renewable energy. They want to have 30% net positive conservation impact. 75% of the destination's island will remain underdeveloped, and only 9 islands, or only 1% of the total project area will be developed, and the rest will be just kept intact. So this is one example of how the private sector or development projects are aligning with high level of the vision at the country level.
And does that blend with the vision of the country more or less in general, or is that because you're aware that tourists or visitors are going to be particularly concerned about those sorts of environmental concerns?
No, I think this is aligned with the vision of the country. I think one of the key competitive advantages for Saudi Arabia to become a leading tourism destination is that we realized that fortunately, unfortunately, we're closed for all these years, so our coastline is just left intact. And we know that our coral reefs are still alive because of that. So we realized that we have a responsibility to protect this for the next generation and for the people to come and enjoy it responsibly.
So we have another question from the audience, and we have now twice heard this morning that what doesn't get measured doesn't happen. And so the question is, how can we measure the effectiveness of community participation in the sector? Does anybody want to take a shot at that?
Because I can go on. I mean, stop me, please. Would you, no? Okay. I think it needs to come from both sides. So I think it needs to come from the community, working with them, identifying the risks, the potentialities, and determining reasonable expectations and building sort of that monitoring and evaluation framework with the community. It comes with another level where we need to be careful in the business model that this is not just dealt by someone junior in the organization that does that part-time. And I think we see that a lot. This needs to come much higher in the core vision of the enterprise and the private sector and the government. It needs to be core. And I think that's a little bit the challenge. When we think about sustainability, the trend at the moment is about the environment. And fantastic, much needed. But we need to have equal interest in the social dimension of sustainability. And that requires high-level engagement from the private sector and the government in that regard. Maybe the last element I would mention is that we hear often children are the future, but we need to think that children are also the present. They're here today, they're here now. So it's not just a long-term investment. They are experiencing the effect of tourism, positive, but also potentially negative today. And so one of the aspects is let's engage with them and let's ask them how things are going regularly. And that's a great measurement of effectiveness.
Yeah. One thing I want to get to, we're running low on time, but inspired by the last panel in particular, Andrea, I know that your business has done a lot to, Guillaume just mentioned the social environment too, that it is very female forward. And if you wouldn't mind talking about that a little bit.
Absolutely, Annie. We have 95% of our staff are female. Our entire leadership team is female, and the average age of our team is 32. So I'm the oldie at the table, but I think it's fantastic, you know, that opportunity to work with young people with a different generation, have those open conversations, have a common purpose, just like we have with the community. You know, we're talking about how do we measure the success. We always believe that less is more. Let's do our objectives, you know, let's set objectives. Sometimes we do have to take steps back as well to move forward, and that's okay. But have a team goal, have a team purpose, work together. And we have some amazing ladies out there. You know, we're in Italy, not necessarily a country which encourages you, or definitely didn't when I got started over 20 years ago to hire women. But it's one that I've always had amazing success with and that I truly believe in.
And are the women that you hire from the local community to some extent?
Absolutely, yeah. We actually just had a law passed in Italy that we can now hire digital nomads. I know that's come up during the conference. But all of our team, they're definitely local. And of course, then we have our extended community throughout Italy as well, which we are in very, very close contact with.
Have you noticed that are the digital nomads who come into a community, and very often they actually look for a community where it's affordable.
Yeah.
Have they had an impact on that you've observed, an impact on the community for the good or bad in terms of, one, bringing maybe some new energy, but on the other hand, disrupting the local culture some?
I think wherever we've had an opportunity to be involved, we always go for, again, trust and communication and education, and really working with people who would be coming into communities, just to make sure that they are aware of traditions, of culture, and also very respectful towards them. And again, being very, very open with the local people as well about what we're doing, what this person is here for, you know, what our objectives are, and again, all heading towards a common purpose.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. We've run down the clock again. And very interesting, very in the different perspectives, and that whether you're from and serving a very upscale, affluent community, or one in a developing country, or with a developing tourism industry, that this focus on community is really critical to the long-term success. Thank you all for your participation, and wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was just Googling I.C. Bellagio and planning my next trip to Italy. At the start of the session, we saw a really inspiring trailer for a documentary that premiered at the Cannes Film Festival called Bigger Than Us. So now it's my pleasure to welcome back our WTTC chair, Arnold Donald, who's going to be joined on the stage by the inspiring young woman behind that documentary, Malati Widgson.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited. I have really been looking forward to this conversation. I really have. So from co-founding Bye Bye Plastic Bags in 2013 in Bali at the very early age of 12, to influencing change on global stages, including 2 global TED Talks. You've been involved with Mountain Mamas. Mm-hmm. You've been involved with One Island, One Voice. There's been a film at the Cannes Festival, Bigger Than Us.
Yes.
You've been busy since the age of 12. And so Malati remains today a dedicated and inspired and a very inspiring leader. And I believe in the power of one. And you are a great example of the power of one, of the impact you're having. So let's start at the very beginning. And if you could just share with everyone what drove you in the first place at the very young age of 12 to effect change in your community.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. First of all, hello, everyone. It's really an honor to be here today. I wanted to kick off first with a little bit of an exercise, because I don't know if I'm holding people back before lunch or if you're just coming back with a full tummy. So, on the count of 3, can everybody just fix their posture? Roll your shoulders back, as my mother would say. Sit up straight. And on the count of 3, take a deep breath in.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Take a deep breath in. And out. And another deep breath in and out. I do this on every stage I speak at for 2 reasons. One, it calms my butterflies down. But the second reason is the real reason why I do this exercise, and it's because it's a nice reminder for all of us in a conference room, a classroom, a meeting room, to remember that 70% of our oxygen comes from the ocean. That means every second breath is coming from, as we heard in the speech earlier, from phytoplankton. And I wanted to bring that back because that's how my story started, this love for nature, this love for the ocean. When I was 12 years old, how many of you remember being 12? There was no limits. I grew up in Bali, Indonesia. Raise your hand if you've been to Bali. Higher so I can see them. Okay, keep your hands up if you loved the rice fields and the beaches and the ocean. Hands up, keep them up. And keep them up if you also saw plastic pollution during your trip. A lot of hands still up. So, as a 12-year-old, with my 10-year-old sister, going to the beach, seeing the plastic everywhere, swimming in the ocean, boogie boarding, and having plastic in the paddle that you would, if you're paddling, get the plastic bag. One day we just said, enough. What are we going to do about it? And so, without a business plan, with no strategy, with no funding available, but with a very clear idea, we started our first organization called Bye Bye Plastic Bags. And so simple it can be. We've been at the front lines for the last almost 10 years now. So from 12 to now 21, I think I've got a lot of lessons that I'd love to share with you in our conversation today.
Excellent, excellent. So you are young, even though you've been at it a decade, you're still young. You're a woman, you're a leader and a change maker. And I really believe in the value of diversity and inclusion. And while all of those things are what you are, true inclusion is just valuing an individual. And so no matter what age, no matter what gender, no matter what background, the fact is you are an impactful human being, a real impactful human being. But still in many environments, you're the exception. So why don't you talk a little bit about how you receive support, how you inspired support, so maybe we can learn from that to support others who can have the impact that you've had.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you mentioned that you believe in the power of one. Right. I believe in the power of many, because we need all of us to solve the climate crisis. We need all of us to redesign and redefine how we travel, how we consume. It takes each and every one of us. So for me, when I started, of course, having the support of my sister and being the two of us was massive, having the support of our family, having the support of our school, but also having this engagement with larger corporations. Because I think, there are 2 ways that people, when they think of I don't know, maybe some of you, when you hear the word change maker or activist, you kind of think, oh, not another one. But, there is this idea that they sit on the sidelines and point fingers. Very early on, I knew that that was not the approach I wanted to go forward, because, again, we need everyone, including the large corporations, including governments. So what we've done at the new company I started, Youthtopia, which is all about youth empowerment, and I can talk about that later, but basically what we do at Youthtopia is create that bridge, and we have a program where we actually interact with corporations and help them through the journey of identifying the change makers within the company, because we all have them. We can all be a change maker, but how do we listen to them, how do we find them, and how do we create empowering and meaningful interaction? So I think a lot of it comes back to having representation. We had a speech earlier that talked about role models. We need to have more role models in the workspace, and a platform where we, as younger people, feel that we are being heard. Not only for the inspiration, not only for the invitation to come to a large event, but on a day-to-day basis. So yeah, I think it's very much looking at the long term, because I know that I come from a generation that only sees that bigger picture. We don't see it for a more shorter period of time, but we want to understand the roadmap for the next 5 years, but how are we getting there tomorrow? Starting tomorrow, You
mentioned that you had an early perspective, and so you included corporations in your partnership, and obviously you saw things holistically and not narrowly. So you were very instrumental in getting the plastic bags banned in Bali. So what lessons can you share about the public-private collaboration? What worked, what didn't work?
Oh, well, first off, the private sector moves way faster. I remember feeling so frustrated. It's one of the biggest frustrations as young change makers that change is happening too slowly. So the immense ability of the private sector to move forward, make decisions, and implement change was much faster than governments could, and that's what we saw on the front line, in these meetings, in these conferences, what happens afterwards and who takes leadership. More comes from the private sector at this moment, but we also learn very quickly that it cannot only be the private sector, but it has to be the governments as well. We need to have the systemic overall policies in place that can help private sector, but can help also grassroots organizations and communities, entrepreneurs, to actually implement and scale. At the moment, we don't have that, public sector policies in a lot of countries to help actually foster that innovation and take it to the next level. So I think private sector has a really incredible position to lead by example and to push further, to demand more and lead by example for governments, but it has to happen hand in hand.
Excellent. Tell us a little bit more about Utopia, because you touched on it already, and what you want to accomplish with it, but also, because you've been involved in so many different things, just some of the experiences that you had, some of the learnings, maybe some missteps or missteps you've seen others take, so we don't repeat those mistakes. But go ahead.
Yeah, so let me tell you what Utopia is first. After almost 10 years with Bye Bye Plastic Bags, I spent more time in other students' classrooms than in my own classroom. And what I realized when I shared the story of Bye Bye Plastic Bags and the change that we were trying to create, I always got one question. How can I do what you do? And it really didn't matter whether I was in a classroom in New York City, in Tokyo, or in Maluku's here in Indonesia. Not here, but it's my first time in the Philippines. But that one question was always the same. And it was very hard to answer as a 14-year-old, a 15-year-old. It didn't get easier at 16. So today, Utopia is a new platform and the project that tries to help answer that question. Utopia is the go-to learning platform where young people can learn how they can create change, but from other young people. So young change makers who have their own project, their own track record of change, and who are focusing on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. And through master classes, through workshops, through mentorship, we're able to help make sure that every single young person knows how and where to start. Because that's the thing, I think there are a lot of people, and young people especially, who want to create change. It feels that now, I enter conference rooms and I'm no longer the youngest one. And I love that, I celebrate it. But there's a lot of young people as well who want to create change but don't know where and how to start. So that's where we try and, bridge that by really focusing on education, peer-to-peer education, and making it fun and creative. I think that's also one thing that I've learned is that, and Gen Z, 70% of us Gen Zers feel this thing called eco-anxiety, climate anxiety. Some of you have experienced it because there is such an overwhelm. It's such a big picture task that we have on our shoulders to solve the climate crisis. And how do we not lose hope? How do we not stay optimistic? How do we keep going? We keep it fun. We're serious about change, yes. But we're also keeping it creative and unique and different. So that's one of the biggest lessons. And then I guess another lesson that I could share is really something that we as young people expect from corporations and from governments as well. When these announcements are created, these targets and these goals, being more specific and clear with a timeline attached that is 2050, 2030, feels so far away. And it also gives a lot of gray area for governments or corporations to not take action starting right now. And I think that that's where young people bridge or connect the dots and try and show that there's urgency, that announcements and targets and goals are great and are needed. But the roadmap to get there needs to be more concrete, needs to be more inclusive, needs to have a diversity in voices that create it, and Yeah, I think that's sort of a little bit of the lessons learned on the front
So let's go back again to the very beginning. So bye-bye plastics, and when you started,
yeah.
you mentioned your situation support, but what actions did you take? Like, how did you actually start it, and how did you get to the point where you got the collaboration that you were looking for?
Yeah, so when we started, as I mentioned, there was very little business plan or strategy in place, but there was a very clear vision. And the first thing my sister and I knew we had to do was build our team. So what we did was actually host those team meetings every snack time and lunchtime at school with our friends. And then slowly but surely it started going to other schools, local and international, and their team started to grow bigger. Our focus and our strength as a youth movement was to focus on changing people's mindsets and behaviors. We would walk into a room and people would do a double take saying, wait, it's Tuesday, shouldn't they be at school? No, we have something to say. We wanted to keep showing up and have that persistence to show that we were not going anywhere until the change we wanted to see of a plastic bag-free Bali took place. So I think it took a lot of persistence, a lot of commitment, but we also had to spend a lot of time sitting in the conference room, sitting in meetings, and listening to what the challenges were. I think that was also really important because I think sometimes the youth on the streets or at protests, often there's an impression that we don't want to work together with corporations or government.
Right.
And I think that something that I've learned, which has really helped me kind of shape my view of how we work together, is by actually pulling up a chair, sitting down and asking questions. What are the challenges? Why are we not changing fast enough? Through that dialogue, we're able to finally understand, maybe the solution that we thought was so easy have a couple more challenges to address before getting there. So yeah, that's my biggest key of sitting down, having those conversations, interacting and engaging. But then of course, what's important after that is how do we implement from a conversation into real tangible action? And that's again where we had the alliances with the local communities. That's why I loved the session previously about engaging and how to make that meaningful with the community that is there living on the ground. So it's a bit of a combination.
Excellent. So you mentioned the climate emergency a little while ago, and I just want to build on what you just shared of how you got started. So how do you think we can accelerate the move to a more climate positive society going forward?
I think it's leading by example and bold leadership. That's what we need to see. And I think that the Sustainability Basics Report with the 12 steps is an incredible, and the standard is an incredible first step. But what's next? And how do we shift that to being more specific, focusing also on measuring it, right? One of the key elements there is really to lead by example and to share the milestones that have been reached. I know in Bali, in Indonesia, there's a very strong hotel association, for example, and the lessons learned that are shared are super helpful because I think that when we think about sustainability, there's still a little bit of a fear of sacrifice, right? But how can we show by examples that actually make it work? How are hotels, how are restaurants, how are spaces really leading by example and being sustainable and earning more, being more sustainable, having great customer relations? It exists. And I think when we share those successes, we can accelerate. But it's not only the successes that we need to share. We need to share the failures. And I think that too many times when I'm sitting with CEOs and general managers, I feel like they're not ready to share the failures or be transparent in their communication, which is the problem. We cannot only celebrate the successes. We have to talk about what the challenges were because then we can leapfrog and help everyone else get on board and on the same page.
Exactly. So in that note, what about your experience? What kind of failures or missteps or whatever and and what have you learned from those that you can help others learn so they don't repeat the same?
I don't know necessarily if this is a very relevant answer, but from my experience as a young change maker, probably pacing yourself, because I think, yes, frustration that change isn't happening fast enough, but change also doesn't happen overnight. So in order not to receive a burnout, in order not to overwhelm everybody, really work hard in investing to make sure that everyone on the team, the employees of a place, understand why we're headed there. So making sure that we're investing in educating and empowering everybody on our team to get to the same place. And I think that I had to learn that the hard way and had to, have a couple of, 21 and 2 burnouts. That's pretty sad. And I'm not alone. I know that every young change maker that I speak to experiences this, but it's because we see the end goal and we want to get there. But again, pacing ourselves and making sure that everybody understands why as well.
Bringing people along with you and making sure they have the shared vision and the shared objective.
Exactly, because I see incredible leaders and CEOs who are saying all the right things, who are wanting, setting out goals and expectations. But then when I talk to, it's often the marketing team that gets pushed forward. And I'm like, hang on a second, it's not a marketing scheme. It should be a sustainability department within the company. Then when you start speaking to the employees, it's not a clear understanding of where. So I think that that's a gap that I've seen in corporations that we've worked with the Youthtopia program, that there is sometimes that gap. And I appreciate excited leaders. But I think that the driving force of all the employees need to be on board. And sometimes it can be daunting, how do we get the employees to care or to feel like they can be part of it? Well, I think it's a far stretch, but we've seen governments as well change overnight with the pandemic and put lockdowns in place and put new regulations in place. So how can we do that for our planet as well?
Excellent, excellent. So as you reflect on all the experiences, you did Mountain Mamas, you did One Island, One Voice. Can you talk a little bit about those, and now you're doing Youthtopia, and so how are you choosing the next bold move, for you?
Yeah, it kind of felt like there were so many things that we wanted to solve at the same time. And when we came into communities and we said, we want you to say bye-bye to plastic bags, everyone would be like, okay, well, what do you want us to say hello to? What are the alternatives? And that was a whole learning process, because obviously saying no to plastic bags, again, is a good step in the right direction, but there is more. And one of the things is alternatives. So Mountain Mamas is a social enterprise that we set up that works to empower the local women in Indonesia to make alternative bags, but from pre-loved materials. So actually we do work with hotels like the Hilton in Bali who give their hotel sheets, and we turn them into bags. And I saw here as well examples of pajama sets being made. So that's kind of the pre-loved aspects. We work with factory offcuts and we turn them into bags. Basically the women in these local villages get paid for every bag they make. So you make 5 bags, you get paid for 5 bags. If you make 10, you get paid for 10. Then the sales profit of the bags, 50% goes back to the organization Bye Bye Plastic Bags, and then 50% of the profit goes back into a circular system where it goes to the village that these women are from for a budget to be put in waste management that doesn't exist yet, healthcare, as well as education. So I think these type of business models, and Mountain Mamas is just one example, but I think it's those type of business models that are needed to move forward. How do we not only look at the sustainability of the environment, like saying no to plastic bags, but how do we create business models that empower the communities and empower us to go further in a sustainable and circular way?
Excellent, excellent. So, consumers are looking for, those sustainable options, and especially, I think all consumers are, but especially the younger generations. So our sector, travel and tourism, we had a couple examples you just articulated, but what else could we do that you think would make meaningful change in that regard? You have other ideas for us?
Yes, I have so many ideas.
There you go. Good.
And I'm seeing the timer click, so I'll keep it short. But some examples, I think, yes, you're right. The young generation demands and expects more from corporations, from our experiences, from our interactions. Some examples, coming into a hotel, why not see something like an electric vehicle charging station? We want to see, those bicycles that you can ride. We want to see the actual journeys of sustainability and the changes. Simple, and I was having a conversation actually just before coming here with the founder of Potato Head, which is a really big sustainable beach club in Bali, and he was explaining how, as a beach club and as a hotel chain, that they are implementing subtle experiences for the guest and how that actually influences someone's expectation of sustainability. Again, going back to that, it's not a sacrifice. So things like on the menu card, You know, I've noticed that there are not a lot of vegetarian options. I'm not sure who else here is vegetarian, but last night, for example, you know, it was a salad. Okay, but what about other options? In Bali, I would go into a restaurant and I see 11 sustainable vegetarian options versus more meat options. I think having the emissions count on meat and vegetarian options so that the consumer can make their own decision, but an informed decision. That is a responsibility I think should be everywhere. I think the amenities, that should be standardized, but I know that no more plastic bottles, no more plastic straws, but that should be the norm, that should just be implemented now. Energy, electricity, I want to see as a customer, that's something that I hope moving forward, the journey towards sustainability is more transparent and accessible for a customer like me to know exactly what the institution is doing. Where is the energy coming from? Is there a percentage that's generated from the sun? You know, what happens when, all those type of things. So I think it's just more about integrating it and making it a normal part of how we make business. If we do not change, you will not have a license to operate in the future. Right. Gen Z, again, will pay more, will do more research to find more sustainable places to stay, to find products that are more sustainable, to be aligned with brands that are doing it for the right reasons as well. So it's not just about sharing successes or failures to your team or to your industry and to the peers, extremely helpful to accelerate that change in an industry, but communicate it to the customers. Because I think that, again, we need all of us to create change, so that communication, the more of it that we have, I think the better and more appreciated your customers in the future and starting today will feel.
Yeah. You know, it's a challenge for corporations, and whether small or large, to fully articulate and have it heard by the general public. I'm in the cruise industry, for example, and the reality for us is that if the cruise industry didn't exist, you couldn't measure the difference in emissions on the planet. The reality, though, is a number of industries could say that, and cumulatively, there is an effect. So we have a huge priority on getting to, you know, net zero emissions by 2050, and we do have the roadmap and all that detail. The challenge becomes, though, in articulating the trade-offs. You mentioned plastics. So plastics, there are places where plastics are helpful, in some cases where they're critical for hygiene reasons or other things, depending on the environment you're in. So any advice for how we effectively communicate so that everything you're saying about the holistic approach is heard and understood?
I think it needs to feel like it's not a marketing campaign.
Right.
And that's also where implementing a sustainability team and department within a company is so important, because as I mentioned in the story, you know, going and working with companies, we would first get put forward to the marketing team, and that's already a big no. I think that people can detect that now. You know, we can see it, and Gen Z is some of the most switched on when it comes to storytelling, when it comes to messaging. So I think it's that. I think it's also about definitions. I heard a couple of conversations take place today about, you know, the lack of clarity and the lack of definitions make it difficult to measure and make it difficult to understand what we all agree on. So I think being clear on definitions as a company and sharing that. And then, yeah, recognizing that it's not a CSR campaign, right? CSR, I think the days of CSR are a little bit over. It has to be integrated to the DNA of how we do business.
Right. Excellent, excellent. And then travelers are actively participating in local sustainability initiatives, you know, beach cleanups. Are there any particular destinations or efforts that you're aware of that you would say are exemplary and others could maybe model after?
I think growing up in Bali, I've had that kind of advantage of growing up and being surrounded or being in a melting pot of different cultures and many tourists, right? So when you talk about the example of that community engagement, again, what we heard in the previous panel, I I think it's always helpful to get your hands involved and your feet involved, especially when you're visiting a country and a place. But a lot of it is not implemented on a large scale by governments or corporations. It's still very much led by grassroots organizations, and tourists have to kind of find it or go out of their way to interact and to engage. So that could also be something more heavily implemented in hotels, you know, kind of just make it a mandatory extra of like, here's how you can engage with the community and take care of the environment. But yeah, I think Bali has always been a very great example, and sort of as I've mentioned, or as I usually think of Bali, it's a little bit like a pilot island or a showcase island for the rest of Indonesia, because there are so many different innovations and so many different solutions happening on the ground, and it's very accessible in all restaurants or hotel lobbies, and it's very much of a showcase of sustainable solutions.
Excellent. Any other places that you've been or visited that have really, you know,
yeah, you know, my brain is super foggy because I haven't traveled very much in the last 2 years.
Well, the last couple of years, right?
Yeah. But I've heard that in Palau they have the passport, right? Where you enter and you have to make a pledge that when you're entering, you pledge not to leave a footprint. That's different than your footprints in the sand on a beach walk. So I think that on a systemic level, entering the country and having every single person enter, make that difference or make that pledge, I think that's an incredible shift already, and very helpful to how we move forward and act as individuals. Something that I'll say is that the way my sister and I ended our first TED Talk was with this vision and this hope that when people arrive to Bali, they would be greeted at the airport like this: "Welcome to Bali. Do you have any plastic bags to declare?" And you know, again, in travel, there's so many opportunities where we are interacting with people, where we're welcoming them into a culture. And this is very Balinese. This is a very, you know, future forward, how do we showcase that we're caring about the environment? So again, integrating this into how we move through life is key.
That's very good. Thank you. So in 2021, we had a UN COP26 conference on climate change, and this year, you know, UNEP Environmental Assembly focused on plastics. COP15 is focused on biodiversity. They're going to adopt new global goals, I believe, in August. People talk about plastics, they talk about the climate, they talk about biodiversity. But from your perspective, is there really enough understanding among businesses and people of the intricate links between those things?
Yeah, I feel like a key word in your question was they talk about it. Right? And it was COP26. That means the 26th year in a row, and I could go on all day about those type of conferences and gatherings. I think that it's beneficial and impactful to have people come together and share, learn from each other, you know, lead by example and showcase those solutions and what worked and what didn't. There's a lot of value in it. But at the same time, you know, yes, we're talking about it, but are we talking about the right things? Are we having the representation present? You know, it was a really big task and ask. I know a lot of change makers at the front lines were working and advocating so hard in Glasgow to make sure that Indigenous communities had a platform to speak on, had a young change makers perspective featured in these conversations. So I think that there's a couple of steps before, you know, getting to the understanding. It has to be inclusive and it has to have that diversity. And then I also think that businesses and companies should all have science training. Like, I'm serious about that, because like we did, you know, we have all these business leadership workshops that we ask employees or CEOs to take every year to kind of sharpen up their skills. We get media trainings and we understand how to behave and how to act in front of a camera when you're giving an interview. But what about our knowledge about the science behind the climate crisis? It's nothing to be ashamed of if we don't fully understand it. It's a big, complicated you know, issue to tackle, but we have to understand it. So I think mandatory science trainings should be for all businesses, just a new normal and something that we implement.
Excellent, excellent. So any other broad advice you have, or any other specific advice? You got a lot of travel leaders here, and here's yet another opportunity for you, Malati, to have an impact. You've had tremendous impact, but yet another opportunity. So any thoughts that you haven't had a chance to share yet?
I'm really hoping that, you know, from this conversation and from the conversations that you've been hearing over the past days, to really get out of your comfort zone. I think we can be doing more. I think we can be doing a lot more to engage young people, invite them into the boardrooms, invite them into the decision-making process. But let's get uncomfortable and let's break boundaries, set higher expectations, and make sure that we're leaving nobody behind. Going back to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations, you know, every hotel, every travel, every restaurant, shop, owners, anything, needs to understand what they are and what those goals are and how they play a role in achieving them by 2030, which is actually when we are supposed to achieve the 17 SDGs if we want to have a livable future. So I think it's really going back after this conference, you know, and integrating everything that you've learned into real tangible action and sharing that with your teams, sharing that with the next kind of decisions that you are taking forward.
Excellent. So do you have any specific suggestions? Because you mentioned having goals like in 2050, it's good to have the goal, but that's kind of far off. We certainly have in our path in my corporation, we have annual targets that you know, we track and measure. What kind of changes do you think each of us can make from 1 year to the next to ensure we ultimately get to the 2030 goals, the 2040 goals, the 2050 aspirational goals?
Yeah, I think definitely first, when we talk about measuring, I also think it's important that companies do an assessment of where they are now. And I think we always think about the future and the goals that we want to achieve, but it's really hard to get there if we don't understand how we're doing it. So do a CLA, do a assessment that helps you understand where you are now, and from there move forward. And I also think that inviting young people into conference rooms, that's why I'm really happy to be here, but into the decision-making process and have a panel. That's what we create in our program. We help connect businesses with young people in the same industry or in the same field and help foster that meaningful connection. Because again, we need to have that diversity, but we also need to make sure that from a youth perspective, it's in the long term sustainable and doing it for the right reasons. Having an impact report and publishing that, putting it available and accessible to everybody at all times, you know, show the sustainability impact report of 2020, 2021, 2022, so the public can follow that journey. It's really about how do we create a narrative that is inclusive and open, transparent, and that we're communicating exactly what's happening so that, you know, our customers can be informed as well.
Well, as you can tell from the conference here, WTTC stands for inclusion. You can see the emphasis and the focus and the passion around ensuring that we protect our environment and our climate and the broader sense of biodiversity and human diversity and prosperity. And so we really want to make certain we continue to be proactively inclusive, and you're in a little bitty tiny example of that. But the inclusiveness, my point of view, and I'd like to hear yours, is that, again, it's not so much the age or the this or the that, it's the respecting the individual and realizing every human being has an opportunity to make an impact. And so I'd love to, any last thoughts you have on that?
Yeah, I think exactly as you said, we all have a role and a responsibility to play, and the beauty of the power of many is that we also all have a different opinion to bring to the table, a different experience to bring to the table, and together we can create real tangible change. So I really appreciate being here, and actually I had a question for you. Does WTTC have a youth council?
Does WTTC have a youth council? Yeah.
Yes.
See what you did already? Look at that, right?
Amazing. Well, I'd love to help build that and put that together. But really, thank you so much for having me on this conversation. And I hope that I could not only inspire, but challenge you to go further in everyday business.
Thank you so much, everyone. Malati.
For you, Malati. Thank you so much. And great job with that conversation. So as we wrap up the Global Summit 2022, there's a lot to chew on here. A lot of really meaningful panels, conversations, flash conversations. And so it's everything you've heard here in the room, but there's also lots more that's on the virtual platform. lots of resources. So you can view any of that content that you missed because you had to get out for a business call or you had to walk away from your screen at home or in your office. You can look at all that material until May 27th. Also, we have lots of great photos. I mean, just the pageantry of this conference has been just amazing. And so those photos will be under the More section on the app. So lots of fun maybe as you're heading home on your plane. Take a look at the experiences you've had. It's time now for our closing ceremony, after which we will have, I guess you'd call it our mid-afternoon snack here in the Philippines. Light refreshments that are available in the foyer just outside this room. I really enjoyed being here with all of you. Thanks for welcoming me. Thank you to the Philippines. Thank you to our minister so much. It's been a wonderful experience, and I guess I'll see you all in Saudi Arabia. Safe travels and salamat. Thank you.
Would you please welcome back to the stage the Secretary of the Philippine Department of Tourism, Bernadette Romulo Puyat.
Mr. Arnold Donald, Chairman of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Ms. Julia Simpson, CEO and President of the WTTC, members of the WTTC, distinguished government delegates, excellencies, and esteemed guests. Good afternoon. At this point in the program, I acknowledge everyone with us today for your invaluable contribution towards the success of the 21st World Travel and Tourism Global Summit. Give yourself a round of applause. As well as for the outstanding commitment you have shown in support of the recovery and continued growth of the global travel and tourism industry. Throughout the various stages of this event, we have collectively endeavored to formulate solutions and generously share our best practices and discoveries with one another. We covered much ground over this three-day gathering as we set to redefine our industry and encourage the rediscovery of travel amidst these challenging times. Our shared hopes and dreams for the future are reflected in the policies we have developed and the measures we have put in place to plan and realize this sector's full and complete recovery. We have likewise put much effort into discerning the most effective combination between the enforcement of health and safety guidelines and personal convenience. It's a delicate balancing act of implementing measures to ensure everyone's safety without placing unreasonable burdens on the traveling public. Without question, the pandemic has moved us all to raise our game. Now and in the coming years, maintaining competitiveness and moving forward with the emerging trends, especially those driven by smart technology, will continue to be an important part of our discussion. During the course of this global summit, we have also been lucky to have heard passionate advocates for responsible tourism like Melati. We also had Billy and Ann of Masungi Geo Reserve. So we are pushing really for a greener environment. Our destinations must not be allowed to go back to the old unsustainable ways of the past. Instead, we must move forward, guided by strategic and evidence-based planning and aim towards building further resilience. And Julia, I look forward to the Youth Council for the WTTC. It has been extremely gratifying to see the world's travel and tourism industry stand united to help secure the future of the planet. More than just a sector that makes a significant contribution to the global economy, tourism can be an important tool for nature's generation. regeneration. Just as how the hotel industry is making an impassioned push for greater sustainability, thus paving the way for the Hotel Sustainability Basics Framework, we too can make a difference in whichever subsector or field we belong to, as long as we have the will and we are guided by the right principles. We have demonstrated our commitment to reshaping our industry for the benefit of all, rebalancing its old business comes first orientation to the one that now places equity, accountability, and social responsibility as its priorities. Let us continue on this path and spread advocacy to our respective spheres of influence. In connection to the spirit of unity and coming together, I wish to thank those among you who wholeheartedly supported the summit. Without our partners and sponsors, this summit would not have been possible. Thank you all for your generous encouragement and support. To our dear WTTC Global Summit delegates and participants, before you head back to your home or to your next travel destination, we encourage you to experience the many diverse charms and attractions of the Philippines. We may have given you a glimpse over the last 3 days, but there is still so much to see, hear, and explore around our 7,641 islands. To our peers and colleagues and partners in the travel and tourism sector, let us always remember that the world will continue to change and new challenges will beset us, but what must remain constant is our passion to instigate positive change and to work towards our goal for a prosperous and just world with travel and tourism as a major contributor. With this, on behalf of the Filipino people, I express my heartfelt thanks to the World Travel and Tourism Council, its members, and all who became part of this historic event. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay.
Would you please welcome back to the stage the chair of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Arnold Donald.
All right, well, we're bringing it to a close, but I certainly want to thank you, Secretary Berna, if I'm allowed to say that. Yeah, thank you. You've been an unbelievable host, so gracious, and all of the people here in the Philippines. It's been fantastic. It's been a really good global summit, and to echo your brand campaign, it is definitely more fun in the Philippines. So no question about that. Would you guys agree with me? Yeah. And it's been really great to enjoy that world-renowned Filipino hospitality, from the warm welcome that we received at the airport and the team at Resorts World, to the amazing gala event last evening. Some of my personal highlights of the summit include everything that happened on Wednesday, especially the dinner, everything that happened on Thursday, especially the gala dinner, and everything this morning, especially breakfast, the mid-morning snack, and I snuck a little lunch in too. But seriously, I want to thank, again, Julia. Tremendous job by you. Maribel Rodriguez. Maribel, where are you? You got to be here somewhere. There you are. Wave your hands. Maribel, wouldn't have happened without you. Virginia Messina. Virginia, raise your hand, please. Virginia. So it's a whole team behind all these people, but they absolutely did the lead heavy lifting and have done a tremendous job for all of the members and for all of us in coming here to Asia and, again, rediscovering travel together. So to all the members here today and viewing online, I really urge you to continue to be strong advocates for the economic importance of the travel and tourism sector, and strong advocates for the ultimate positive climate impact we want the travel and tourism sector to have. There's a forecasted 35 million new jobs that are at stake over the next 2 years, 35 million new jobs, and an increase of nearly $4 trillion in travel and tourism's contribution to the global GDP, $4 trillion. So use your influence to continue to advocate for seamless, frictionless travel, non-restrictive borders, digital harmonization, and the elimination of unnecessary and confusing travel protocols, while still maintaining the best interests of public health. So remember, travel and tourism can help make the world a safer place. One of my favorite phrases is, travel brings people together so they discover what they have in common, and they learn to celebrate the differences rather than to fear them. So if we do these things, our future's very bright indeed, and we'll be inspired by many Malatis who really have a vision for the future that we all so desperately want to help create. So now, I would like to formally announce our next host. He was up before, drum roll please, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So our next global summit will take place in this amazing and historic location this year, later this year, November 30th to December 2nd, 2022. So please help me to welcome Fayed Hamadadin, the CEO of the Saudi Tourism Authority, who will again come on stage and share with us his thoughts around our upcoming summit. So looking forward to it, Fayed. Julia, will you come up too? Yeah. Good. Let you go in the middle.
Well, I can only say thank you very much. Thank you, the host again, for this very successful event. Our promise to you is that we will carry the torch and do justice to the great mission you've been leading and become a true partner. Before I close this, if I may ask, I would like to invite to the stage also our special senior advisor, Gloria, please come to the stage. And my colleague Manahel, the power ladies that will make this summit happen.
Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful summit. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
And our promise to you and to your partners, members, and participants and delegates that we will produce nothing less than what Saudi and WTTC can do together, a unique, fresh, inspiring, and above all, rewarding summit. So we welcome you to Riyadh. See you in November 30th. Right. And I hope you stay longer than the 2nd of December, because there is a lot to show. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and we look forward to seeing you all in Saudi. This way, please. Thank you. This way.
Switch.
Thank you.
Yes, they got it.
Thank you. I'm so looking forward to it. Thank you. Well, I'm not often stumped for words, but I am now. Wow. What an amazing summit. We really have, I felt, rediscovered travel. And I have to say my personal highlight has been the absolutely extraordinary Philippine welcome. I think all of us have felt it. That warmth, that passion, that generosity, that smile. I haven't walked down one corridor without people saying to me, good morning. I mean, it's incredible. You live it. It's not a show. It really is in your DNA. So I think for all of us, and for me in particular, the summit is living proof that nothing beats getting together and sharing ideas, debating the challenges, some of them very difficult, and genuinely trying to find consensus. And what would be my sharing takeouts with you? Well, I think number one, you are all telling us we still have work to do to bring down the post-pandemic barriers, to open economies and harmonize health data for seamless travel. Sustainability hasn't just been an item on this agenda, it's been a major theme of our summit, and we've heard from passionate and energetic champions, Melati and Anne and Billy, and we also launched the Basics Initiative. But in fact, what I was so pleased to see is that sustainability ran through the conference like a stick of rock. And I'm sorry if nobody gets that if you're not British, but we have this revolting thing called rock when you go on holiday and you put little words all the way through it. And we always say, if something's in your core, it runs through you like a stick of rock. It was fundamental to what Lawrence said, Bender. It was fundamental to what Bear was saying, and Jeremy Jauncey. It's a cornerstone of Fahad's and Gloria's vision for Saudi Arabia. I loved Fahad's expose of the country. It was amazing. So I think we've seen in the numbers that the future is bright. People are traveling again. The next decade is certainly there for the taking. And the governments many of the governments who have joined us will know that not only is it there for the taking and for us making peace with the world and visiting again, but it also will mean millions of jobs for people globally. Now, I'm standing here and trying to look sort of half clever, but the truth of the matter is I was talking to Arnold, and Arnold said, clearly, Maribel and Virginia have been absolutely amazing, but Maribel and Virginia have an enormous team, and I would like the whole team, Arnold had asked me for the whole team, please, to stand up at this key moment of WTTC. And now, I don't want you just to stand up, I want you, this was Gloria did it last year, she did it brilliantly, and I want you to all come up and join me on the stage. And as the team of WTTC are joining me, I want to just say there are other people that have made this a great success. Our moderators have been extraordinary, some of the best in the business. I feel completely privileged. We all feel privileged to have worked them. The production team, the team that are sitting up there, the Claudia, Ben and Anne, as I call them. Ben, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The translators, the hotel teams, it has been absolutely incredible. So if I can just have a photograph with the whole team here. Ah, right, there we are. We're on the ladder, he's on the ladder. A wave to the ladder. Oh, a latecomer. Just a moment. So from all of my team, can I thank all of you? I want to thank my predecessor, Gloria, because Gloria built this team. I didn't build it, she did. And I want to say thank you to her for that. Come on, Gloria, come up, come up, come up. Brava indeed, absolutely amazing. And when I arrived, I was so amazed at the passion and commitment, and that has come from this lady here, so well done. So finally, thanks to all of you for your contribution to our sector and your passion. I look forward to seeing all of you in Saudi Arabia at the end of November as we usher in a new era of travel. Thank you. Thank you, Gloria.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the 2022 Global Summit. Would you please leave your interpretation headsets on your chairs? Thank you and goodbye.